All right, once again, we're live, and it's Friday night, December 27th, 2019. And one last Merry Christmas to everybody. And guess we'll start saying Happy New Year for the rest of the week. And also, for once, my schedule doesn't demand I get out of bed at the wee hours tomorrow morning, so we can hopefully crank out a show that goes late tonight if we are so inclined. And the links are in the usual places. The Stunthangar Control Line forums has the links posted in the At the Bench thread. And if you are a member of Stunthangar and logged in, you can see that thread. If you're not a member or not logged in, you can't see the thread, but that's where you need to go to use your camera and microphone and visit with us live. Otherwise, all of you guys out there that guys and girls out there that want to use that want to view the video can do it on the Stunthangar YouTube channel, and there's a text chat box over there, and you can communicate with us with text via the chat box. And that's also where our donation $sign at the bottom of the whoa, I got some kind of strange message going up, not sure what that says. Connecting to something. Hope we're still live. Let's see. We might have a video glitch going on here. It looks like we're still going. Don't know what that was. But anyway, if you are so inclined to donate some server fee money and all of the fees it takes for Sparky to keep the show going and the forums going, you can drop us a couple of nickels in there. Click the block $sign at the bottom of the chat box. And if you'll give me a moment, let me investigate what's going on here. We've got, okay, there's Jeff Rowley. I wonder what that is. Do you see us? Jeff, you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you fine. How
Do you
you
see a
doing?
strange do you see a strange box in our thumbnail strip over there?
Yeah, it
I'm not
looks
sure
like
what
some
that
kind
is.
of
I'm gonna kick that out. I'm not sure what it
yeah,
is. It says connecting to something, but
connecting to camera.
yeah. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. I'm gonna kick it. Boom, go away. Well, that interrupted
Yeah,
my. Okay,
that would just
no,
make it go. Hey,
can't seem to get rid of it. There we go.
there it is.
I don't
It's
know what that
gone
was
now.
all about. Okay, back to normal. Um, well, that interrupted my introduction monologue, but wasn't going to amount to that much anyway. So since you're here, we'll say let's say hi to Bob Bishop. He showed up over on the YouTube side, and I've got a question for Bob in just a minute. I'll hit you back with that. So, did you have a good Christmas, Jeff?
Yeah, Christmas was great. We went over to my sister-in-law's brother's house and had a grand time.
A lot of people, a
I
lot of
was kind
food.
of a lot of people, a lot of food, a lot of conversation, getting crazy. No work done in the shop, but
Nah,
I had a
that's all
good
right.
time party.
That's why it's a holiday, so you can chill out and don't have to do anything. But yeah, we had a great time. We went to my sister's house, and lots of people. I didn't count heads. I don't know. There must have been 30 or 40 people there. Some of us,
Wow.
including Holly and me, spent the night and didn't have to come home until yesterday afternoon. So yeah, it was great. It's good for the head, to chill out with all the people. And we got a fun family anyway. No squabbling and bickering going on. Just lots of fun. And of course,
That's all.
the college age kids were playing beer games and something with cups and ping pong balls. And they got a bunch of
Oh,
different variations of drinking beer. I did not get involved in that, but it was loud, raucous, and looked like a lot of fun.
last time I was around a bunch of kids like Top, they had no idea how many ways you could play games to drink beer. I was just like, you gotta be kidding me, really? We used to throw a quarter and bounce it off the table and then make somebody drink it if the quarter went in the glass.
Yeah,
And now
they
there's like
started trying to do it with a quarter, but they started trying to do it with a quarter, but it was a plastic table that didn't have enough bounce. If they'd had a glass table or something like that, it would have worked. So they went with ping pong balls after that. And I don't know, yeah, like
Mhm.
you said, lots of different ways to do it. But they ended up
There's,
borrowing beer when theirs ran out. Luckily, lots of people brought lots of beer, so that was pretty good. And
well, no,
one of my nephews is a chef, and so he cooked a prime rib to go with the turkey for whoever beef eaters were there, and it was all great. It's such a good time. And hey, Jack Snavely, I'm glad to see you in here tonight. Glad to see you survived Christmas all right. Move you
hello,
over.
Jack. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Rusty, I'm sorry I missed the Monday night show. I wanted to
Well,
be here to
that's
wish you.
okay. We had to turn it off early anyway. I think everybody was ready to wrap it up about 11:30. We had pretty good aero modeling topics, and and so it was a successful show. But you didn't miss anything too bad. So glad you're here tonight. Hopefully we'll get a good crowd. Just for once lately, I don't have to get up early tomorrow morning, and so we can hang out here as long as we got good chatter going.
I'm hoping Mike Lonke comes in because I know he's a beer drinker too, and
Hmm.
he's a stout guy. I had a stout beer that I wanted to recommend to him.
Yeah, we hadn't seen Mike in a good while. Mike, if you're listening, come on in. We'd love to have you.
Yeah,
But
I haven't seen Mike. I mean, I've been typing for a while because it's been hard for me to get in, or I've been too busy out in the shop.
yeah,
And I just wait. Where's Mike Lonke? I got a bunch of combat stuff to give away too.
uh, I don't know. He's been AWOL for about 3 weeks or so now. So maybe he'll pop in. Christmas is a busy time, so no telling what's going on. And I think he's probably got a big family too. So
Well,
lots of
yeah, he's got little kids. He's probably busy not only shopping, but he's doing the Santa Claus, the candy cane lane. He's doing
yeah,
all that Christmas stuff. That's cool though. That's the
yeah.
rad.
Yeah, Mike always brings good conversation. Sometimes he'll bail me out when I'm running out of gas here, so I appreciate that too. But
All right,
yeah,
Mike.
we've since I've finally recovered from and put all that medical stuff behind me, um, I've been a little bit more on my game, and we've had a string of pretty good shows going. So hopefully we can keep that up. There was a guy on YouTube the
Yeah,
other night watching us. His name was I wrote it down, Tim Holmes. And when he was in the Navy in 1969, he was stationed on the USS Princeton, and he was part of the crew that recovered the Apollo 10 capsule in May 29th or somewhere thereabouts. And of course, that was just 2 months before Apollo 11 went and landed on the moon. So I'm hoping he'll drop back in. Maybe he's got a camera and a microphone he can come in with. And hey, Gary
that'd be
Sinclair,
good.
good to see you.
Who we got dropping in now?
I see we got Gary Sinclair, Jack Snavely, and Bob Bishop right now are the
We got
ones that are making
Charles.
themselves visible. And hey, Charles, how are you, man?
Hey Charles, how was
I'm
Christmas?
doing well. How you guys doing?
We're good.
Been
Good,
well.
Did you
good.
have a big
Yeah, how
Christmas,
was Christmas?
Charles? Sorry, we talked
Uh
over each
oh.
other. Did you have a big Christmas, Charles?
Yeah, pretty good. It was I have three young kids at home. It always makes it fun to have kids at home. They're becoming teenagers though, so it's not quite as inexpensive. But
Well,
it was good.
wait till they turn into college agers and you can do what I was talking about. Did you hear me talking about the beer pong that was going on outside on the back porch?
Uh,
We had a
no, I
tremendous
didn't hear
beer
about that.
drinking game. We got a whole bunch of college age kids out there and older too. And And they played the loudest, most raucous game of drinking beer that I've ever seen in my life.
Hey, at least they're having fun. You know, as long as they're young, they can get away with that. When they get older,
Yeah,
they'll go, "Oh no, no, not for me."
nah, somebody'd call the cops
I
on us
do.
or something. Yeah, somebody'd call the cops on us if it was a bunch of gray hairs out there raising hell and screaming and shouting. And one of the
I don't know.
one of the games was
Cops, I
named.
think they call the paddy wagon, the one that would take us to the padded room.
Yeah, they can put everybody in it. Yeah, one of the
It
games was
wouldn't.
called Horror or something like that. So, what for whatever reason, I never did figure the rules out. Okay, now every couple of minutes somebody would scream, you whore," or something like that. I have no idea what that game was about other than drinking beer. So
I played that game with my stepbrothers, and my stepbrothers are 10 years younger than me. Or no, they're 15 years younger than me. So yeah, I never caught on to it either, but I know the game you're talking about.
yeah, it was pretty amusing.
Well,
I have to look it up.
it's interesting.
Video and audio coming across.
Yeah, you're coming across all right, at least on this side.
You sound okay. I
Your
mean,
video.
I think we kind of keep stepping on each other. You know, back when we had Google Hangouts, it would lock in on whoever was making the most noise, and other people couldn't really step on them. But with Jitsi, we all talk at the same time, and nobody can understand what anybody's saying. In fact, I think I've made two of our friends mad by telling them they were stepping on me too much, and I couldn't get a word in edgewise. And since then, they hadn't come back. I hope they're not too mad at me. I didn't intend for that to be the result, but anyway. So I guess nobody did
Yeah.
any
Wow, they
error.
can't handle you.
What'd you say, Charles?
If they could, they can't handle, tell you. I was saying if they handle you, then they really can't handle much in life. I tell you.
I think it'll all be all right.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, on this, I added some memories, so I was hoping that would help, and that's why I was curious how it was coming across.
Well, your audio is choppy. I got to tell you, when I had to ask you to repeat what you said a second ago, it was because it just went blank for a couple of words in what you were saying. So maybe it's not a memory problem. It's
Okay.
probably, are the other people in the house using the router right now too? Because
Yeah, they are. They
that's
are. But
right.
this is just a Chromebook that I'm using. You know,
Yeah.
Chromebooks aren't that robust. I mean, they're computers.
I'm thinking it's probably just you and the other people all on at the same time. I don't know. I don't know anything about Chromebooks though. So
Maybe.
yeah, it looks like
I
we
know.
got 10 people
Yeah.
watching us on the tube right now.
I know what it is. My dad has a Chromebook, and he's got the low end. What do they call that? He's got the. It's a fiber optic, but I think he's on 720. And when both of his stepsons are online at the same time and they're trying to split screen,
Yeah,
my step can't talk to both of them. It's going to be one at a time, or one of them locks up and the other one talks.
yeah,
The other one talks and the other one locks up. It's something
yeah.
like that.
It's a traffic problem, and I think that's what's happening to Charles too. It happens to Lynn all the time. He keeps getting kicked off and ends up turning his camera off, and that lightens the load a little bit, and then he's able to hang in a little bit better.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with with the speed of the computer or anything else. It has to do with the speed of
Yeah. These
the line
computers,
coming
even
in.
today's cheap computers, are designed to handle the bandwidth we're working with.
Even your phone is designed to handle your bandwidth.
Yeah.
Because I can go on my phone and talk to you. What it is that whatever line Charles has coming into his house, it just doesn't have the megabytes or
Yeah.
the 1.21 gigawatt flux capacitor or whatever that thing
Yeah.
is that.
Yeah. I Spectrum, and it's the same system that runs our cable television, and I don't think the TVs interfere with it much, but interactive stuff like we're doing now does. But I pay so much money for it that I've talked about it before, but hadn't taken any action. I really need to threaten Spectrum to leave and go with AT&T or something, and see if they'll lower my price or give me some more bandwidth, because I don't I always have a red circle in my picture frame in here, and I ought to be able to do better than that for $240 a month.
No, you're blue circled on my screen right now.
Oh yeah.
You're blue circled and you're clean.
Really?
Yeah, your video is pretty clean. A little bit grainy, but it's probably a crappy camera or a crappy receiver on my side in
Yeah.
that respect.
I've got you as blue and Charles as red. So I don't know. I know nothing about this video processing software.
I have no idea either. My wife might know something about it, but she's the one that crash landed that rocket last week.
Oh, did she? Crash landed what rocket?
She retired a year ago from Boeing, but that was one
Oh,
of her projects that crashed.
no shit, really.
Yeah, well, my wife Wendy was, let's see, what was she was a
Now,
media librarian, and she took care of all the pictures that the photographers took of all the building and all that crap.
now
And
I
that
don't
was
remember anything.
on when just before she retired. That was one of the last things she worked on.
Now I don't remember anything about a Boeing rocket crashing. I remember the Starliner. What's it called? Is
That's
that what
it.
it's called? The
Yeah,
I remember it didn't fire and it parked in a low orbit, and
that was her project.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
that
go
was
so
all
far as to
Boeing.
call it a crash, though. That's a little
That was
rash. But
a crash.
they're
There was
trying to paint it over. They're trying to paint it over with rosy colors, but yeah, they screwed up.
Yeah, they took a blue project and tried to paint it red. Yeah, but when just before she retired, that was one of the last things she started working on,
Wow.
as far as finding pictures.
Okay.
I mean, she didn't program it or nothing like that.
Yeah, whoever was
She
in
just
charge of the timers screwed something up and didn't have it set right. It wasn't a hardware problem at all.
Yeah, I have no idea what it was. From what I
I
understand, it was kind
I
of
don't want to
crappy.
see I don't want to see any of these companies fail. I want to see somebody put astronauts on the station with an American rocket. I would like to see SpaceX do it, but if anybody would be good. I really want to see SpaceX succeed with the Starship, and I'm a little dubious about it, but we'll see what they come up with. I just hope I live long enough to see that thing functional and operational, a whole fleet
Well,
of them.
I'll tell you what, Rusty. If you ever make it out to California, you come find me, and I'll get a hold of Charles, and the two of us, because it's so close to me, I'll have Charles come up here, and we'll go take a tour of
Yeah.
SpaceX.
An aerospace tour, yeah.
SpaceX is about a mile and a half from my house.
No kidding. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think I remember you saying that.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I can go say hi to Elon Musk every
I was,
morning if I want.
I was about to say maybe I'll bump into each other at the donut shop on the way to work some mornings.
Yeah. If you ever make it to California,
Just make sure
make
you
it a
bring
point to
E.
get over to me.
I've
Say
never been
hello
to
to Joe.
California.
Yeah, you know what? I've never been to the Carolinas either, and I really want to go to South Carolina. I want to go to Darlington.
Oh, no kidding, really.
Yeah,
So
race. I'm a NASCAR fan.
that's where my mom lives,
In Darlington?
about 15 minutes from Darlington. Hey, Tom, how you doing tonight?
Hi, Rusty. Doing
Hi,
good.
Tom.
Hi,
Hey,
Joe.
Tom.
So, how was your Christmas? Did you have a good one?
I had a great Christmas. We're actually celebrating with most of my family tomorrow.
Uh,
So that was when we could all get
Huh?
together. So
well,
um,
I hope y'all have a great time. Have you got a fun family, a big, fun, loud family?
we have 22 that'll be here tomorrow.
That's a pretty good crowd.
No.
Wow.
You ought to be able to make some noise and drink some beer.
Well, none of us drink beer, but we'll have a good time anyway.
Yeah, that's all right. It can be done. I don't drink beer anymore. So
No,
I
well,
sure had
wine and
fun
root
watching
beer
them.
work.
I sure had fun watching everybody else drinking beer this weekend. Or it wasn't a weekend, was it? Let's see. Bob Bishop says I did a couple of JPL open houses in Pasadena through the years. Very impressive. Oh, hey, Bob. Oh, he says he'll be right back. I got a question, computer question for him when he gets back. Let me know when you come back in
Well,
if you can hear
Hey,
me,
you guys,
Bob.
I'm going to go eat.
Okay.
I'm going to go eat and I'll be back.
All right. We'll see you
Did you
when you
hear
get
that?
done. Yeah, you're going to go eat and you'll be back.
All right. Thanks. Yeah.
all right, Charles. We'll see you in a little
Yes, I'll be
bit.
back.
See,
All
Charles.
right.
All right, cool.
Don't eat
All
too
right.
fast.
You know, the worst part about being at JPL, I worked on JPL when I was an apprentice like 30 years ago. When JPL was first going up, I got to put air conditioning in that place.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
and I
one
was
thing I
hanging. Do
that's
what?
one thing I loved about my job is working on office machines. I got to go and see the inside of all kinds of places that I would have never seen before. Otherwise, I would have never been able to see how they do things, and all kinds of manufacturing plants and every kind of business there is. I got a little taste of how they operated on the inside, and that was a great thing about that job. Field
That's
technician.
cool. When I was when I was doing air conditioning, basically when I was an apprentice, I was a kid. I got to go to a lot of places around, especially being in LA. There's a lot of aerospace around here, so a lot of places I worked were like if you couldn't get a top secret clearance, you couldn't get a pass to get on a job. And
Yeah.
me being no drugs, no record, no nothing like that, I was like, yeah, I could pass. They'd send me over there and say, "Oh, go see if you can get
Yeah.
in." All right.
Yeah, we had the Savannah River site, which was the um,
I know
me-
Savannah
well,
River.
you know what Savannah River site is, yeah. And boy, that was a pain in the ass getting in and out of that place. And there were some places um, where we had to leave our tools after we finished with them. We couldn't take them back out with us, and you better make sure you got everything you need when you go in there because getting in and out is quite an ordeal. But a lot of even just the civilian power plants, nukes are like that too. And
I was
yeah,
working one time. I was working at LA Airport, and you know how security is at airports now with all this terrorist shit that's going on. I used to keep my drill bits in a copper tube with a cap on it. So when you pull them out, and I always pop riveted a tape measure clip to it so it would stick to my pouch. So I pull this tube out of my pouch, take the cap off, and pour a bunch of drill bits out of it. And I went to work at the LA airport.
And there's a camera. So.
And they opened my toolbox on my truck, and they looked in and they found these tubes, and they pulled guns on me, thinking I had pipe bombs. And I'm like, wait a minute, it's drill bits, and oh god, what a scene!
Oh my God.
It was crazy.
Well,
They had me face down on the pavement because I had drill bits in a copper tube.
oh man, that sucks. Well, we had a technician go to work on a color copier that they had in the briefing room for the F-16 pilots at Shaw Air Force Base, and he he walked out one day and left his toolbox because I think he went to lunch or something like that. When he got back, his toolbox was gone, and nobody knew where it was. And finally, somebody popped up and said, "That was your toolbox?" Yeah. And they had taken that toolbox, and they must have had this new robot thing to carry it around, because they took it out to a field, put it on the ground, and took this robot to carry it off into the distance and set it down. And of course, it was a stupid robot. They had to help it over the curb, and this thing didn't work worth a crap, but they were evidently dying to try it out. And this was the perfect opportunity. I know they knew this was the technician's toolbox. Well, they made a video of it on video cassette, and they sent it to him. And this is what happened to your toolbox. And it showed him helping the robot get over the curb, and bumpity, bumpity, bump, take that toolbox out, drop it down in the field. And it was sitting upright. It just sat there and it sat there. And a couple of minutes later, we saw the toolbox just go oof, rock like that. And they had put a rifle round all the way through it. And since that didn't do anything, they went out there and wired explosives all around it. And a couple of minutes later, kaboom! There were nail nose pliers and spring hooks and screws and nuts and bolts and copy machine parts just flying in a cloud all over the place and raining down. And they were laughing their asses off. And that was funny as shit. But we had to buy a lot of expensive stuff to replace that toolbox.
In a way, that's hysterical. But in another way, if that was my toolbox, I'd be madder.
No kidding. It would be funny if it wasn't.
Well, it's just like being laid down at the airport. It's just like, come on, really? I'm here to do a job. You're gonna arrest me for having a pipe full of drill bits. Okay, whatever. And I was just laughing. It did kind of look like a pipe bomb after I thought about it. Yeah, you're probably right. Oh well. Can I go in and do my job now?
Fat chance.
Well, no, I couldn't go in for another 3 days. Then finally, I got cleared. And it was kind of interesting. It was fun.
I got to go on a Sperry. It was a civilian ship, a Sperry Corporation ship that was covered with antennas. And I suppose it was some kind of spy ship. They would not tell me what they did. They just told me they had a machine that needed working on in that ship. So I had to. There was nobody in the Southeast that was trained on that machine except for me, because it was an uncommon machine. It was a big copy machine, and so I flew down there from Columbia one Saturday morning and fixed it. Somebody had just gotten mad and yanked a paper jam out of the document feeder on top of the machine and knocked the belts off, and that's all it was wrong. It just said pop, pop, put the belts back on with no tools, and it was fixed. but I went ahead and PM'd it while I was there and changed the developer and made the trip worth something to them. And then I was running late for my plane, and this was back when Ronald Reagan had the aircraft controllers striking, and so a lot of flights were getting canceled. And if I didn't get that flight, I would have had to spend the night in the airport. We're walking out, and I look around, and there's another one of these copiers that probably could have used a PM job, preventive maintenance. And I looked at the captain, or what, it wasn't the ship captain, but whatever the guy was that was escorting me. And he looked at me, and we both looked over at the machine. And I said, "That one's working okay, isn't it?" And he said, "Yeah, I guess so." And so we kept on walking, and I went on back to the airport. And a couple of weeks later, I got a phone call from some general or what admiral, whatever they call them. That would be an admiral, wouldn't it?
No,
And
recon
he
day.
wanted to know, he wanted me to describe to him what the person that told me I didn't need to work on that machine looked like after all the money they paid for me to fly down. And so I told him what the guy looked like, but I couldn't tell him anymore. I can't, I don't do military uniforms. I don't know what all the stuff on them means. So I don't know what he really was,
Yeah,
rank wise.
yeah, I know how
But
that
that was
would have been.
fun.
How
That
would
was
you
fun
describe it?
going to Cape
Big
Canaveral.
blue jacket with a blue hat on. And I know when I worked at Wainimi, we were at a Marine base and everybody was wearing green camo. And we went up there and I had no idea what the Marines even were. I mean, I was just a kid back then. I was like,
Yeah.
okay, cool, whatever. I'm here to help this guy get this job done. And these guys were just brutal. They were beating me up, throwing me out in the ocean, and just having
Oh,
fun
yeah.
with me, basically. And I was like, well, I'm supposed to be here to get a job done. I'm not here to train with you guys. Then it doesn't matter. You're off work, right? You're with us.
Oh,
Out in the
yeah.
ocean, you. All right,
Oh,
cool.
they thought that was big fun, didn't they?
Oh, they loved every minute of it. I was just like going, really?
Were you a
Yeah,
long
but we
haired
had.
hippie back then too?
Of course, I was. I've never had short hair.
Once a
I think
hippie,
the
always a
shortest
hippie.
my
That's
hair
what they
was.
say about the Marines, right? Once a Marine, always a Marine. Same goes for hippies.
Yeah, well, I think the shortest my hair ever was when I started racing motocross. I got tired of getting mud in it, so I cut it all off and I donated it to the kids with cancer. And then I got my knee folded backwards and I decided to sell the bike and grow my hair back.
I grew up in a family of World War II veterans, and so guess what kind of haircut I grew up with? A crew
Yeah,
cut.
very short one.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's why you learn to fly with your hand this way.
maybe
You get
so.
the crew cut, fly sideways.
Fly it with a fist. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. So,
Yeah, my dad taught me to fly this way and this way upside down.
yeah. Yeah, I don't rotate my hand upside down when I'm inverted. I just I just pull it till it's upside down and keep on flying this way. I think I look at myself sometimes and I do cock it a little bit this way, but between here and here, and it's for no real function. That's just what's comfortable for me.
That just keeps you remembering that when you're upside down, now down is up.
Yeah, that that's a tough thing for a lot of people, but for some reason, it just came naturally to me. Inverted never bothered me. When I first flew inverted, seeing the wheels pointed up, just somehow my brain registered it, and I didn't have any problem with my muscles knowing which way to pull. Like when it's an emergency, is when you find out if you've really got it or not. Like if you got to snap real quick to save yourself, and I always pulled it the right way. So
Oh, I wish it would have been that easy for me because I wasted about 8 of my dad's planes trying to learn to fly upside down. I don't know how many
Flying a
planes I
simple
put.
flying a
I think I
simple
was.
loop, just flying a simple loop was hard for me. I didn't understand that I needed to ease off of up and climb and climb and climb and then add more up as you go back around. I just yanking hope is what I call it. I didn't shut my eyes, but I give it full up and think it was just going to go around with full up, but it don't work that way.
Oh yeah, then you do the
Somebody just came in.
teardrops. Yeah, then you do the teardrop loops.
Yeah, somebody
Yeah, I
named
know.
Fellow Ditcher just came back in. I bet that's Charles.
That's me, I think. Or I'm trying to get on from my other
Uh,
computer also, but it doesn't have a camera. And I'm trying to figure out how to share the screen.
oh, okay.
So
You
I do
want to?
more actions.
Okay, you're
Uh,
okay. You're all set up now and ready. Is the camera is the camera on? Or you say that one doesn't have a camera?
I don't have a camera. I'm trying to just share my screen.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do.
And this is a Windows 10 computer.
That's fine. It should work. So, if you
Okay.
got the picture open in the back, is it a picture that you
Yes.
want to show? Okay,
So I need
so
to open the picture
you
first.
need to open it with your favorite photo viewing program
Okay. Let me
and
find
size
it
it to
here.
whatever the biggest screen size you can get out of it. Okay, and then when you get that, um, leave
Okay,
it.
I got that open.
Okay, all right, yeah, leave it open and go back to your Jitsi Meet tab, and then mouse over to the bottom left corner. There's three icons. The one that looks like a display on the far left, click that. That's your screen sharing button. Are you seeing it?
Okay.
Okay, once you click that, then your box pops up and you've got the choice of entire screen or application window or Chrome tab. Well, click application window because you've got your picture open in a separate application. And
Okay.
so, okay. And now you should see that picture in one of the choices. Okay.
Um,
Do you see?
no. Let's see. Application window.
What do you see?
I see my uh, the kind of the directory with a bunch of pictures. But let me see if I can open it through there.
Oh, yeah, you can open.
Something
Uh,
going on.
um, There you go. You got it now. Okay. Pick the picture out of that you want to show us, and then the share button at the bottom will light up, and you can
Looks like
click that.
a truck going on there.
Let's see.
Yeah, looks like you get a nice old pickup truck going on there. It's 61 Chevy.
It's a 72. I've been working on this thing all week except for Christmas Day.
That thing's
So
gorgeous.
go back and make sure you didn't accidentally go back to the folder on your
Oh,
application
just
because it should show the picture you had selected.
sharing a window. Stop sharing.
Are you gonna, hey Tom, are you gonna drop and toke the rear end, or
Um,
are you just gonna leave it like stock frame and just cruise it?
I have a box and everything for it, but it's not painted yet. It's all sanded and ready to paint.
No, no, no. I'm talking about the frame. Are you gonna box cut it and narrow the rear end
No,
and make a race car out of it,
no,
or are you
no.
just?
I'm just trying to restore it to stock.
Oh,
Um,
that's
okay,
beautiful
so I have the
job.
picture displayed on my screen again,
I like the
but
black truck.
Let's see.
Image
Me just
579.
sharing a window.
Okay.
Is stop sharing?
Well, it's sharing that folder for some reason. There
Only
should be
sharing the
another
folder?
choice. Yeah, you should see a choice in that share your screen box that has a little thumbnail of exactly what you want to show us.
Oh, maybe I have to
Yeah,
select
sure.
screen one. Let's see.
Dennis just joined us from YouTube.
Oh, I know. Huh.
I think I see. I think I'm looking at your little box. What's that in the middle? I see three choices, and the one in the middle, is that not it? I can't
Uh-oh.
see it close.
Ooh, multi-screen.
Yeah, just
Infinity.
click cancel, and go back.
Stop sharing. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me try this again. Share your screen.
Now, Tom, you got a Sure
Application
576.
window.
That's a 56 Chevy, right? It's either a 56 Chevy or a 56 Ford. It's a silver truck.
Oh, the silver one? That's yeah,
The silver,
50 something Ford.
the 56 Ford? 58 Ford?
50, I think it's a 59. I don't know. I'm not working on that one. That's in the same shop where I'm working, but I don't know that
Ooh,
much
you're
about it.
a guy?
What's that?
You're a car guy?
Well, I'm a little bit of everything guy. Aren't we all?
So
After
what stage in this are you at right now, Tom?
In trying to share, you mean, or
Yeah.
so when I hit application window, I don't see the window that I had open, but I know it is open on my
Okay.
screen.
It's not, you didn't minimize it or anything before you went back to Jitsi, huh?
No.
I don't
Let
understand.
me do full
Maybe it's
screen
because
and
you
see if
don't have,
that works.
it must, I don't know why it would matter that you don't have a camera, but maybe that's what it is.
So it's only giving, let's see, if I do entire screen, I can
Yeah, try
share.
that. Was what I was about to say. Try
Let me try
entire
that.
screen. That'll show a bunch of other junk, but it might show us what we need. Okay, you're
Well, that goes crazy. It just keeps duplicating.
no, I
yeah, it's
feel
a
like
picture
I'm
of
on
a
the
picture
internet.
of a picture.
Okay, I gotta stop that. Let's see.
That happens to Dennis when he does something sometimes. It used
There's
to
a
happen to me
something that
on,
says Chrome tab.
yeah, if you, well, that's if you had the picture open in Chrome.
Yeah, it is open. Well, let's see. Yeah. No, it's not open in Chrome.
You
It's
got it
open
open with,
in
what is it open in? What program did you open the picture
I
with?
just I just double clicked on it. It must be the Windows viewer or something.
Okay,
I'm not sure. It
yeah,
doesn't tell me what it is.
that ought to work.
Let's see. If I do open with.
Once you do figure it out, you'll be a picture sharing fiend, and we won't be able to.
Yeah.
But until you get that first one to work, it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, now that we know you're a car guy, me and Rusty and you are gonna have a field day with you too.
Dennis's computer's gone bluey, so he can't come in with us. He's tried to use his old Smith Corona. I don't even know what that is, but it must be. It's probably so old it's
That's a
made out of wood.
typewriter. Isn't that a typewriter?
It's probably so old it's made out of wood.
You're talking about Dennis Adamson? He's trying to use a Smith Corona?
Smith Corona made
Wow.
typewriters.
I guess they must have made a computer too. Either that or he's
I
joking
thought
about the Corona part.
I thought Smith
Never
Corona
known
made
Dennis to be a joker, huh?
Wow, that's scary.
Maybe if I put this on my other screen, let me try that. I have two screens. That might be, maybe that's part
That
of the problem.
might have something to do with it.
I wonder why you keep looking right and left. You look like the guy I used to produce music. I used to play guitar
Well-
for.
Well, the tablet has the camera and the sound, and then I have another computer that has Windows 10 that I'm trying to use to share. And so I have two computers here, and this is my computer room.
Yeah, you got about 6 sets of plans hanging on the wall behind your head
Oh.
too.
Those are my build these when I retire plans.
Looking
Okay,
forward to that one, huh?
we got two fellow jitsters in here and Tom. Is there three of you now, Tom? One of them,
I don't think so.
one's got some blue writing in the bottom corner, but no picture. Just says fellow jitster.
Right now, that blue writing in the corner is just a black dot on my screen.
Ah, there, I got that to move over.
I
I
don't know.
wonder if that'll work now.
Well, now I
If
got a
there are
black
any-
screen.
If there are,
Did that work? Is that shared?
somebody just disconnected. No, fellow jitster is highlighted in blue, and that's you, I'm pretty sure. But it says fellow jitster is having connectivity issues.
And this
And
is
here-
there's Sparky.
Yep, Sparky just signed in with his Tucker special. I saw the unveiling tonight.
Oh, he's got
Did
some
you
red
see
on
that?
it.
Yeah, it looks
Airplane.
good. He was putting some elbow grease into it today.
Yeah. I watched his post. That's gonna be gorgeous.
I didn't have time to watch most of it, but I took a look. Yeah, I was surprised, but I wasn't surprised that it looked good. I was surprised at how how the paint scheme looks. Or
I was surprised. Go ahead, Sparky.
Just like the real MC-72.
yeah, that's what I was wondering, if that was the original scheme.
And these gold things are radiators.
Radiators like cooling fin.
Yep. Water radiators, just like in your car. What's that noise?
That's sanding noise, I think.
No,
Sounds like the toilet flushing.
Yeah,
I have a blank screen and I see thumbnails on the bottom.
I think I don't know who that's coming from. I can't tell. Nobody's got an active sound bar. It's coming from fellow jitster. One of two fellow jitsters. Oh, here comes Danny. That was Danny. It sounds like it was on fire. You set yourself on fire, Danny?
Yeah, I did too.
Well, Tom, you know what? We probably ought to hook up with each other and have a private session and toy with this screen sharing business. Maybe tomorrow or Sunday or something like that. Oh, actually, I got dialysis on Sunday? Tomorrow or Monday?
Yeah, we could try it Monday.
Okay. Now I wonder what's going on with Danny. Here comes, I was going to say, here comes Steve. They went Steve.
I sanded through the tissue here, right here.
Oh man, I'm gonna highlight this so we can see it. Okay, now we got you.
I'm just proud here.
Yeah. Is that DC 540 you're still using?
No, it's pressed. I don't know. I wish I had DC 540. This airplane came out 39 ounces so far, so who's on the black screen?
I think that's another instance of Tom Rammel. Have you got two of them going, Tom?
I just the one right now.
Let's see. Okay, that black screen's gone now. I got Denny on the black screen. Hey, there's a picture of a guy with a fedora on. Who's sharing that?
Harrison Ford, who that is. It's Danny A. They need to. Do you know who Danny A is?
Yeah, that's Dennis Adamson. That's who's making the noise in the background too. I got it turned way down.
Why is he sharing it? Or whatever he's doing.
I'm gonna turn that noise the rest of the way down. Okay, unshare him. All right. Well, we don't have a lot of aeromodeling stuff to talk about because Christmas time. Everybody took a vacation from playing outside. We had beautiful weather on Christmas, so it was nice to be able to sit out on the back porch and watch the kids play beer.
I can't see nothing. It's an orange screen. Whoever's sharing that, quit sharing.
It's not me.
I'm trying to figure out who. I don't see anybody who's sharing right now. When we first.
Dennis Animation is the one who's doing it.
Hey Dennis, how about log out and re-enter? Just close up everything and re-enter.
I already did.
Okay.
Did that work?
Yeah.
Good. I don't hear it. Holy shit! It sounded like the ETs were landing.
Yeah, that's what Jack Snavely just posted too. I had it muted on my end, but I guess everybody's got to mute it themselves. Those three dots in the bottom left corner of the little thumbnails is how you mute somebody.
I just
or
hit
turn
the
them
three
down.
kick out. And how I did that, I have no idea. It just showed up. Sparky
Okay, Dennis just posted. Got YouTube and Jitsi windows open. No cam, no mic. I guess I'm easier to deal with that way. Well, yeah, we can't see you or hear you though. Okay, Jack Snavely says back to normal. Everybody on YouTube concurs back to normal.
Sparky, that airplane is beautiful.
Thank you.
That's going to be bitching when you get done with it.
painted exactly the same as the scale MC72 that I built. I don't know if you guys remember that or not. But
I remember the plane from a few documentaries, but not from personal issues. But that looks nice. I'm really impressed.
yeah, it gets Tucker special over there, and then my numbers over here in black. Then some ink lines. I don't know whether it gets a number on it or what. My Supermarine has a number in the center here. I'll have to look and see if the MC72 had a number on it or not.
You know, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know, but it looks great. I had a question for you, Sparky, about that Millennium Wing that you built. If you don't detube it, does it have a tendency to twist?
What?
If you don't detube a Millennium Wing, will it twist when you cover it?
What Millennium Wing you talking about?
Well, I'm using like a nobler spar, the solid 1/8 inch spar, right?
Yeah.
The tapered tips, and I'm using a rib strip to go from center to the tip, but I don't want to sheet the leading edge.
Well, you have to. You have to.
Why?
Yeah. Trust me, it will not be strong enough. There's not enough ribs in it. It's not an I-beam.
So it'll have a tendency to twist and flex regardless of how it's covered or what it's covered with, right?
Right. Who is fellow Jitster showing a Chevrolet truck?
That's
Is that
me.
you, Tom?
Yes,
So you figured it
that's
out.
what I've been. That's what I've been working on for the last 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, looks nice. Is that the room you paint? Is that the room you painted it in?
Yeah, that's the paint booth. I've been sanding for hours.
Yeah,
God, I wish my booth was half that clean.
yeah, that's a lot more work than sanding a model airplane. So now you know how to share pictures, right? There you
Yeah.
go.
I still want to see the gray and white truck.
Well, that's fellow Jitster that Sharon knows.
That's
That's
me.
Tom.
That's Tom.
You got 2 computers?
Yeah,
Yep.
he's have to because his main one won't do it for some reason.
I can't
His Chromebook
share with
won't.
the tablet. It's
No,
an
you can't. I
Android
remember
tablet.
reading that. I
Why?
remember we looked it up one night, and you cannot use a tablet to share pictures on Jitsi. Now that I recall,
No, I've already tried, and I've been on an iPad since about 2 years ago. I
yeah,
can't share pictures on my iPad either.
I wish I'd remembered that a half hour ago. I could have saved us a bunch of time, but I had forgotten all about that. Can't do it on a phone either.
No, there's just no room in the screen for the option. And it doesn't matter. If I want to share pictures with you, I'll just show them on my phone.
Ah, there's the front end. Now, what year is that truck, Tom?
It's a 72.
Has that got the
72.
little extension over the windshield? Is that the one with a little awning over the windshield?
No, it's just a drip edge.
That's called an eyebrow, Rusty.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I thought those were pretty cool. I don't know what years they put those on, but for a while they did that.
64. '69 was the year they started that eyebrow. I think '74 was the year they just decided to get rid of it. Might have been '73.
There's the Ford that's in that shop. Or no, is that showing up?
Oh, yeah, that's showing up.
Now there's
I
a
love
truck.
that.
48.
I don't know what year that is. It's in the shop where I'm working. I'm not sure that much about it.
It's either
Sparky,
47 or
that's
48.
49.
It's a restoration that my son-in-law is working on.
What shop does your
I like-
son-in-law work in?
It's Rollins Customs and Classics.
Is that your son-in-law there?
Yeah, that's my son-in-law.
He works for Rollins.
That's his last name.
That's like way up like northeast.
This is in Minnesota.
Yeah, well, we're in competition with them. I'm in California. Yeah, Rollins does some really nice work, and I did some work for a guy named Tony. What the hell is his last name? I can't remember. He was a Filipino guy that did all kinds of customs, and I ended up being a welder for him for a while. I'm welding and fabricating. I made steering box supports and whatever. Basically, in his shop, I burned rod and sprayed Rust-Oleum.
What was
Put new
that?
rockers, new cab corners. I started out with the engine, rebuilt the engine a couple years ago. It's just stock engine, stock 350, 4-bolt main 350. And I did all the labor. I just took the block in and had it bored out 30 thousandths over.
Yeah.
But I did all the, the rings and pistons and wrist pins and everything.
That's my favorite part of automotive work is rebuilding engines. I don't know much about body work. I just never did learn.
Model airplanes on a bigger scale.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a lot of sanding. I sanded for 5 days before it was ready for paint.
Sparky's been sitting for 12 days.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's a pretty truck though. I like it. Then again, if it's
What
got
is
an engine in
what is the red?
I
Is that red primer or is that a color?
No, I bought a used box for it that was in better shape than the box that was on the truck. And so we're just priming and prepping this box for paint. It'll be yellow when it's done.
Uh-huh.
what do you call the red there, Tom? You call that dirt extract. Yeah, I worked in a body shop too for a little bit. Luckily, I was lucky enough to work in a shop like not for very long, but like Sparky worked in a Harley shop. I got to work in a Harley shop for a short time. That was fun. I got to do some welding and some painting. I had fun.
Looks like John just joined us and Charles came back. I didn't notice when you got back, Charles. What is that sitting on top of the bucket?
That's
Is that part of the suspension?
the old rocker panel, the rusted rocker
At first I
panel.
thought it was the sawed-off shotgun.
It's very rusted out.
Yeah, that's
I
the part.
bought brand new rockers and cab corners and put them in.
Replacing
nice
a
work.
rocker panel is just a matter of cutting and welding, isn't it?
Right.
Well, yeah, but then being good enough to finish it, to be able to prime it and paint it in, and it's the welding in new pieces is not that easy. I've had to do that, and it's tough. It's as bad as Sparky finishing his airplanes. You want to sand on something for 17 days, and go ahead and do that. Body work is horrible.
John Miller is in here. Did I say that already? I don't remember if I
Yeah,
announced your John. How you
John.
feeling after
yeah, you did.
all the reindeer make it back okay? No broken legs or burned out noses?
I lost one over Siberia.
Oh,
The darn Ruskies are firing their missiles again.
ah, man.
Answer.
That's
Yeah.
a nice looking plane.
That's the Skylark 4-stroke with a 4-stroke in it.
Yeah, I see that 4-stroke.
I don't see no lines out the wing.
Radio controlled.
Ah.
Those aren't flaps, those are ailerons.
Ah. I thought they were pretty small flaps.
And the rudder turned the wrong way.
You do that weave pattern in monocoat or paint?
It's monocoat.
Ah.
Nobody paints.
Especially them RC guys.
Yeah. Well, they don't get downgraded on it, even if they do a beautiful job.
Sparky paints.
Sparky, I've seen you peel masking tape. I know you paint. And yeah, I peel masking tape too, but I use the wrong paint. I use automotive paint. That's why my airplanes come out heavy.
Last couple of jobs I've done were with the Duplicolor acrylic lacquer automotive paint in a rattle can.
Isn't that nice?
Crap.
I'm surprised those planes didn't come out weighing 8 pounds. Duplicolor's heavy.
I thought it was light. It went on really easy and covered on the first coat almost, and it dries as soon as it hits. I mean, it's just, it reminded me of spraying dope. I mean, it was dry the minute it was put on.
Have you played with your airbrush yet?
No.
Wait till you play with your airbrush. Put some good Randolph dope in that bucket. Spray it with that airbrush. I guarantee you'll never spray anything else. That Randolph dope. Sparky
I got a
turned me
bunch
on
of
to
Bodak dope.
No. Sparky turned me on to Randolph. I won't spray anything else.
Okay.
I did the urethanes for a while, and because I was a car painter for a long time. And Sparky said try Randolph, so I hit up Swift Air and I found Randolph and I tried it on an airplane, and it's really covered pretty good. And I'm thinking, okay, cool. So I tried it. Okay, let's do some shading and some graphs, and let's try this. Let's do a flame job and put some shading in it. No, this stuff's really nice. And then I used a couple of the candies and the base coats and the Randolph dope is the way to go. Super
Well,
light.
next time Bob asks me for a shopping list when he goes to Pennsylvania, I'll get him to get me some. He usually goes about 2 or 3 times a year up there. Always ask me if I got a shopping list for him.
That ain't Randolph. It's made by Randolph, but the formula is different.
Yeah, I know, but maybe
in California.
yeah, I knew that about the Brodak stuff, but I do have some Randolph that I bought from Brodak on sale on clearance, but it's a crappy color. It's some kind of red. I forget the name of it now. Some
I bought
orangey
some of
look.
that too.
Vermilion. That's what it
Yeah,
is.
vermilion red. I bought some of that.
What's it look like to you, Charles? It doesn't
Vermilion.
look like. Is it orangey? Orangey
I
looking?
remember. I think so. If I remember correctly, yeah, something like that. Orangey red. Yeah.
Yeah. I got 3 damn cans of it, so I'll see. I'll find something that needs it.
Oh, absolutely. That's how I felt because the price was couldn't beat the price. Was it $5
Yeah.
a pint, right? I think it was $5 for a pint.
Hopefully, I can thin it with Brodak thinner.
No,
I'll
not
try it.
Randolph.
Oh, really? Oh, man. Y'all. Hey, Steve.
Hey,
Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. It's time to, you got to say
yeah.
both of them this week.
So
How'd your
am I
Christmas
coming?
go?
Happy
Turn my
holidays,
TV down.
Steve. Oh, in a different room again.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Visiting friends?
No, I'm in Ann Arbor, Michigan. My mom had a valve replacement in her heart today.
Ouch.
Wow.
Is she okay?
Yeah, everything went really good. We got the phone this morning. She had to be there at 5, and we got her 5:30. We got her there, and it was a breeze. And then I don't know, about 8 o'clock tonight, she started having some heart arrhythmia. Well, they said that can happen and stuff. Scared the shit out of
Yeah,
me, but
it does. It goes with the territory, according to my cardiologist. I had a aortic. Is that what she had, or was it another valve?
yeah, aortic.
Yeah.
Oh, you had
It's,
that one replaced?
Intake or exhaust valve.
she got the mechanical one, Steve.
This,
Titanium.
yeah,
Yeah.
this one's a new type. It went in like a stent, and it pops open, and then the valve is already in it.
Wow. I've heard that they can do it a lot more simple now. They had to split my sternum back in 1994, but it's still working. So, but I've heard the new ones are a lot easier to put in and a lot easier to recover from. And
It
you're right, they do get PVCs or premature ventricular contractions. It's probably what you said she's getting, something like that. But
yeah,
it'll settle down.
they said it can bruise the heart a little bit or whatever putting this in,
Yeah.
but I guess that actually it takes longer to prep them and get everything ready. The whole valve going in takes 15 minutes and they're done.
Yeah, that's great.
But they put filters up in their neck for any plaque or anything that would break loose and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
that was another thing. When I got mine, they didn't do that, and I did have a little seizure or two after I got it because of crap floating around that had broken loose. But
Yeah.
they've come a long way since then.
Yeah, they
I
said
got
that
mine.
this operation went from a 50-50 back in the day when they first started doing it, chance, to now it's 99.5% chance of success rate with it.
Excellent.
And
Yeah,
then
that'll. How old is
2%
she?
85.
Wow, it's impressive.
So 2% chance of a stroke and 3.5% chance she'll need a pacemaker with this.
Wow.
And
So
about
far,
7.
mine's been clean and free, so that's great for her.
Yeah, I guess that they're saying that with this new procedure, for anyone who's had valve replacements, they can even put one of these in and collapse the other valves.
Oh, without taking it out.
Yeah,
Without,
without pulling out the one that you had replaced.
yeah,
Yeah, they can go in there and fix them now, same way.
cool, cool. I hope I
She
never
said
have to get it done, but I'm glad they've come a long way since then.
a friend of mine's mom went home the same day. They're going to try to send my mom home tomorrow, but they said that they're working. The university is working on making this outpatient surgery.
Wow, it's amazing.
Wow, damn, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
like we
said.
were talking one night, they like to get them in and out as fast as they can.
Yeah, but yeah, I know this friend of mine. She had hers done. She was in the hospital for 3 weeks. You know,
Wow.
like you had. You
Yeah,
know, the open heart surgery part and all that, and now they're talking about outpatient with it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's all scary
But
to me, man.
she's doing good, so I'm happy about that. It's been a long day, though. I know that.
I'm happy to hear she's doing good, but man, that's all
yeah, we
scary.
got some well wishers. We got some well wishers over on YouTube too. Minnesota Mike, God bless your mom. At least you still have her with you. He said both of
Yeah.
his parents are gone.
That's
Yeah, the
awesome,
We
Steve.
arrhythmia.
got some air.
Yeah, the
Go ahead.
arrhythmia part that got me upset because when my dad had his bypass surgery, they messed up. I don't know something when they were putting drugs in his IV. One didn't go in; it went up the side. But his heart went into arrhythmia, and he ended up having mini strokes, or it was fluttering his heart. And I mean, when he got out of the hospital, he had like dementia, and it kept getting worse over the years from
Oh,
it.
that's
So
Wow.
right.
yeah, I'm like,
That's
oh
a
shit, not
bummer.
again,
Yeah.
you know. But yeah, it seems to be all good so far. I mean, these doctors are like, oh,
Good.
it's not, this is
I hope so.
just a simple thing. It was, you know, I know
Let's
it was
see.
fun. My mom talks a lot. I mean, real a lot. And it said, well, you'll be only like semi-conscious or whatever. And I told that doctor, I said, unless you put her all the way out, she'll talk to you through this whole thing. He goes, you think so? I said, I know my mom. When it got all over, he goes, you weren't kidding. She goes, we had to tell her, okay, you got to quit talking now.
That must be where you got it from, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, Samantha.
I was afraid you were mad at me for telling y'all not to step on me in the hangouts the other night.
The other night, I wanted to get on, but I worked an 11-hour day. My back was killing me. I laid down and I woke up at 1 o'clock in the morning, and you guys were already off.
It was gone.
Well, I figured it
Yeah, we
was.
didn't. We cut off early that night, like 11:30.
Yeah, it was 9 o'clock, and it's like I'm just gonna lay here for a minute on the couch. Then when you guys come on, I was gonna get on. Didn't happen. Woke
Yeah, a
up at one
minute.
o'clock, had to
Yeah.
run to the bathroom. Said, "Oh man,
I was afraid you were mad with me for telling y'all to stop and let me talk the other night because I think Trey and got a little upset with me.
Ah,
He'll
you
be
don't care.
fine.
I told y'all I
Yeah.
was talking about Steve anyway, Trey, and I wasn't even talking about you. I knew you wouldn't be bothered too much.
Well, I know Tom, he
Hey,
talks
Lynn.
way.
Oh yeah, Tom talks so much you can't even hear him.
Yeah.
You just weren't here when I was talking, Steve.
We all have our
Well,
moments.
everybody knows it's not going to matter what Trey has to say. The next thing he's going to build is going to be atomic anyway.
Oh, that's funny.
It's looking
Probably going to
good.
be. I
Are
don't.
them are the cen- is that gold you're talking about
Yep,
on the center of the wings?
yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty,
Yeah,
Sparky.
I'm gonna click that up so we can get a big view of it.
What is the
There we go.
tail? It's white on the tail of it. It's white.
No, it's got a green stripe, then a white stripe, then a blue stripe.
Oh, okay. All right.
That gold or copper color there, that simulates where the radiators were.
Yeah,
Yeah. You got to do more detailing on that, like with the lines and that.
ink.
Ink. Yeah.
Radiators.
It'll
What
look good.
kind of?
Water, coolant.
It was glycol cooled, and they had the radiators on the wings, upper and lower surfaces of the wings. That's how they
was a
cool the engine.
24 cylinder engine, and the engine on the real airplane went from the spinner to about here, and it was two engines together, two V12s together, and they had so much engine. The original airplane had a radiator underneath, but I'm not going to do that. It also had radiators in the floats.
Wow.
Damn,
I didn't even know
two
the Tucker
V12.
was a real airplane.
It wasn't. It's modeled after an MC-72.
Okay, that's cool.
Wasn't that from the 30s?
Yeah, 20s, late 20s, early 30s.
Late
Schneider
20s?
Cup racer.
God damn it! Excuse me. All the radiators and stuff. That thing must have had one high wing loading.
It had lots
'Cause all
of
that
power.
water's heavy and yeah.
It was the
Man,
fastest of its time.
24
Pilot,
cylinders. It had a ton of power.
that pilot sits way far back, doesn't he?
Yeah, because
That's a,
like I said,
that's
the engine goes mid-wing.
Yeah, Tommy
Tommy,
Seems
Looper is
like a
looking outstanding.
Yep,
seems like a small rudder. Seems like a small rudder for that much power, though, doesn't it?
Well, you got to look at the real airplane. This is just a semi-scale. There's Tommy.
He looks awesome.
yeah. He's
Absolutely
sitting way
awesome.
far back. That's a lot of airplane in front of him. Can't see the ground for shit.
You look right down there.
That's
Or it was
funny.
a seaplane. He couldn't see the ground because
Yeah,
he's
that's
on
why.
floats.
Damn, I just love those fillets.
Yeah, well, all it takes is
Yeah, my
sand.
picture too.
Yeah, that's amazing.
You got to sand your ass off.
My picture's too blurry to see details like.
How much weight you got left for clear, Sparky?
I'm at 39 ounces now. It's going to
yeah,
be
who gets that?
a little amount of clear as I can get away with. I'll shoot a dust coat on it to seal it. Then I'll ink it. Then I'll shoot another coat and sand it. And hope that I can keep it like 42 ounces.
Cool.
That'd be awesome.
That's 2 ounces too heavy, but
My Nobler's 43, and it feels really light when it flies. Even when it quits, it glides like crazy.
I'm gonna step away for a minute and unclick Sparky. If anybody wants to see it, you can manually make it big yourself. I'll be right back.
All right.
I really hate to burst anybody's bubble, but I've got a Olympic that with a Tiger 46 in it that weighs 36 ounces finished.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty light. Wow.
36 with the Bulldog landing gear that I really don't like. I'm afraid of wing mounted landing gear because my landings are not that great.
So are you afraid they'll break?
No, I'm afraid I'm going to take the wing off of it.
Oh, okay.
But it's super light. It's only 37. Finished, clear coated, Tiger 46. Done deal. Ready to hook up and fly. 37 ounces.
That's outstanding.
That's pretty
I'm
nice.
thinking I can get away with flying it on 15s, but I don't know. I'll probably fly it on 15s.
Yeah, that'd be good. No sense flying 018s. That would be no good.
No, you don't need that.
Well, that's with combat on 18s.
Well, that's different than stunt.
Yeah, in combat, you're getting tangled up with everybody else in the world. You need all the line you can get.
Right, right.
36 ounces, you'll be able to fly that on 12s.
Do what?
So 36 ounces, you can fly 12 wire.
37 finish. On 12?
That's still phenomenal.
Are you crazy?
to fly it on 10.
I think it's 10 solid, yeah.
You're kidding.
No,
10s?
on solid, yeah,
I don't
solid.
like to,
Down solids you can.
Was it under 43 ounces? You can fly it on 12s.
I'm not sure what the cutoff is.
I got the chart
I
right
don't
here.
like
Give me a second. I got the chart right here.
I don't like to fly them and feel them stretch while I'm doing the maneuvers.
I agree. I agree totally. I don't like any springiness in my lines, or as little as possible.
Any day, Charles. What's up?
I'm looking here. Here we go. Okay. I got it. I got it. It was index said page 3 was on page 4. So let's see here. Model weight. Anything from 14 ounces to 40 ounces. Let me see here.
37 would fit there.
014s. 010, excuse me, 2 lines, 010.
What I said.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Last time
14 ounces to 40, 010s, and then when you do 40 ounces to 64, you can do 012s. And 64 ounces to 90
40
ounces.
to 64?
That's
Yeah.
single strand, though. That's single strand.
No, this is 2 lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that, but single strand wire.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm in the wrong column. Okay, forgive me. So, okay. So, forget all that I said earlier. 14 to 40 ounces is 012s. That's multi-strand, 2 lines. and then 40 ounces to 64 ounces is 015s.
That's right. That's better.
Yeah, I was in the single strand section, but it's multi-strand is where I need to be.
And
So yeah,
when is the last time anybody in here has rolled out 10,000 lines? And
yeah, I've
when you
never
roll
done.
them out, it's like, do you know how easy those things tangle? They get twisted up
Yep.
and knotted up. Your fingers rolling them out. It's just like, holy cow!
Yep.
Give me some 15s. I'll fly with 15s.
I think that the worst thing is wrapping 08s. I think that's the
I
worst
don't.
part.
Oh, forget it.
I
Don't
use
even
the crimp
bother.
tubes.
I
I
remember
use the crimp tube.
trying to wrap 012s, and I told the guy next to me I'll charge him twice, because I couldn't believe how hard it was to wrap 012s.
I did
Hard to wrap without kinking them. Yeah.
I did
Yeah.
tens for my brother, solids for speed. They're not all that bad. If you got a little jig, you can jig them up.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a jig.
I use the crimp tube Brodak sends you with the lines. If he says they're legal to use crimp, I crimp them on. I don't care.
Get a Jim Lee clothespin.
Do what?
A Jim Lee clothespin to wrap lines with.
Yeah, I have that set up.
Yeah.
I know how to, but you know what? They say it's legal to use the crimp, and it's 10 times easier.
Yeah, but your crimps will break right if there's any fraying or any movement there next to the crimp. It'll wear it there and cause it to break
I agree.
earlier than.
Than
I-
wraps.
I haven't had an airplane last long enough to outlast.
That's why you're.
Yeah, you don't have
That's
to
why you
worry
were.
then.
That makes a big difference. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll tell you though, the first time you do, you'll be really pissed off.
cross that bridge when I come to it.
Yeah, that's right.
You're right.
That's right.
Now I use the crimps. I mean, that's what they say is works from Brodak. That's what they say works.
It's
And
definitely easier.
use the
Well,
crimps. I use the
you got to
crimps.
remember. You got to remember, he's selling kits. He,
Yeah,
he doesn't want you to have.
yeah, he wants me to buy another one.
Hey Tom, that's awesome.
And
There's
believe
a
me,
reason he wants.
I love the man. John is the man, you know. But I had to, anyway.
You know what, John?
Here comes Denny again. Denny just tried to
welcome
phone
back.
again. Now I don't see him now. Denny, are you there?
I guess if I send a note to John that I got 501 flights on my Strega, or if you might be disappointed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You got
501
flights?
Yeah, today was 501.
Outstanding.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey,
it's documented. I'm not guessing.
You might be able to make it in this hobby.
Maybe.
Some of my half A's might have that many flights.
If Charles had 500 flights on my tuner, he'd be good.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Man, that just sounds so phenomenal. My goodness. If I had some flights on that Junar, oh my goodness. Oh, it's scary to think about it.
Charles.
That is scary. Yeah.
Charles, you need to fly that Olympic that you flew at Whittier Narrows. You flew great that day. You just don't realize it.
Oh, thank you very much. I was flying way too fast, though. But thank you very much, Jeff. I appreciate that.
No,
yeah, I think if I would have flying so fast, it would have been more accurate.
No, you were pretty close.
Hang on just a second. Let me see if I can. Can you hear me, Denny? I guess not. I got a box with a DA in it, but think he's having trouble connecting. He's got computer problems tonight. He's on a substitute computer that's so old it's made out of wood.
Hey, check to make sure the
It took
squirrels
y'all a
aren't
minute
dead.
to laugh at that.
But I tell you, if you're not here, boy, you guys talk about people. I've heard you guys talk about my internet connection when I was on the show.
No, the only hard for you is the fact that you can't build a fuselage in a week.
You have to power up those vacuum tubes.
Feed the squirrels.
I resemble that remark, Jack. I mean, Jeff.
That would be
I
tough.
resemble that remark, Jeff. I resemble that.
Yeah. How you doing with that thing anyway? You coming along?
Oh
with it?
my goodness. I've just been piling up stuff around it. I tell you, it's just I got to clear the bench around it to get back to it.
Yeah, I started my
Out of
junkyard.
sight, out of mind.
Yeah, I got to get back to it.
No, I started my junkyard dog on the premise of the fact that we were all talking about building a 50-inch airplane. Dennis Adamson started talking about base it on a nobler wing. So I thought, okay, I wanted to build a junkyard dog. I want to build it 49 inches. Nobler's 50 and 3/8, close enough. So I laid out my airplane, cut all my rib strips, my spars, leading and trailing edge, and now it's all set up out in the shop. It's all on my, what I call my wing jig, which nobody knows how to use but me. Thank God. And it's all glued up and drying. And hopefully it stays straight.
Yeah, hopefully it stays straight all this weather we've been having.
Boy, yeah, yeah, no kidding.
Our weather's been crazy.
Yeah, for California, it's been nuts.
Yeah.
What's it doing?
anything- It's just
It's
hot and sunny
here.
and rainy. It's crazy.
5 degrees. It's like really cold. It's 55 degrees.
Come on, that's not cold.
That's cold. Try moving to
It's
Minnesota
really
or
cold.
Canada.
It's gonna be 12 degrees tonight here.
Well, wait, when it's hot here, it's 80.
No, when it's hot there, it's 110.
No.
Yeah.
Not in California. That's Arizona. That's east of here.
Okay.
In California, when it's hot, it's 80. I live by the beach.
Okay.
So it's 80. I live
I went-
4 miles
I
from
went
the
to-
beach.
I went to high school and grew up in California, just on the other side of the mountains from where you are. And
Where at?
I know, yeah, at Glendora, and I know about those 110
Oh, no.
degree summers.
I
I'm
went
from
to
West
West
Virginia.
Texas, but don't hold that against me.
We didn't have air conditioning back in them days.
No,
Sparky grew up in Southern California.
just a little ways away from me.
Yeah, he flew in Whittier Narrows. Gopher Gulch. I flew there.
Go for Gulch.
Place to fly. They got a
That's
great
what they call
outlet.
Where the combat guys fly.
The reason they call it that is it was not paved. It used to be just all grass, and they had gophers or some type of little ground rodents, and they dig holes and it'd knock your landing gear off.
Somebody needed to let a couple of gopher snakes loose in the area.
That might have been fun. But I remember Sparky talking about when it used to all be grass. It was like back in the 70s, early 70s. My dad and I went there when I was learning how to fly, and we were like, no, we're going to Sepulveda Basin because at least Sepulveda Basin had asphalt circles. Sparky, did you ever fly at Sepulveda?
Yep, and Hollywood Park.
Hollywood Park. Hollywood Park was another one. Hollywood Park was fun,
And,
but it was all dirt.
what about 4 Mile
Hey, what?
Square? I've been there, but I'd like to have been there. 4 Mile Square.
Mile Square.
Square was fun.
Oh, Mile Square.
Electric. Mile Square.
What about at Santa Anita?
Been there too.
Yeah, in the parking lot.
Anita. I heard about it, but I never flew there.
All the big boys flew there.
Tony Nacarado told me about Santa Anita.
Like Queen of the Valley Hospital.
Yeah.
Centinela Valley Hospital.
Queen of the Valley.
Queen of the Valley. Oh, I thought you said Centinela Valley. Oh, holy shit. That's where
We got
I had my arm
18.
reset.
We got 18 YouTubers on right now. That's pretty good.
Wow. That's huge.
It is for us.
Are we boring them?
No,
If
we're
we were born, there
entertainment.
wouldn't be 18 of them.
That's right.
That's that.
We're popular
been
is
going-
what we are.
Minnesota Mike says he gets 115 in Clovis, California.
Clovis. Oh,
Clovis.
yes. The garlic
where that is,
capital of the world.
The what
No.
capital?
Garlic capital. They raise garlic around there, and you drive into town and you can smell it. And they have a big party once a year, and you can buy garlic ice cream, and I bet you could buy garlic cigars if you wanted.
Oh, brother.
Everything's made out of garlic.
Wonder if they have any garlic stunt fuel.
Your favorite guy, 18, watching the channel now, Rusty. I'll tell you what's been popular is My Day at John's.
Yeah, I know. You've got a lot of viewers.
We
Sparky,
like
you're
John.
fun to watch.
Well, I had a rotten day today. It started out. Took my wife up to the Huntsman Cancer Center, and we got done early. And so I thought I'd get a chance to get down here to Delta a little early. I left at 1 o'clock, got about 70 miles up the road, and I stopped to get something to eat. Reached back to my back pocket, and I didn't have my wallet. And
Oh, no.
I remembered having it when I put my pants on this morning. And so I called my wife, and they looked around the house and couldn't find it. So I drove all the way back and all the way back up to Huntsman Center and went walking through every place where I sat down. Or
It was in your pocket.
No, it wasn't anywhere near. I couldn't find it. And finally, I went up to the bank to lock up all my cards so that I couldn't get robbed blind. And on the way home, my wife called me and says, "I got a surprise for you." I said, "You found my wallet?" And she said, "Yeah." I said, "Where was it?" "At the foot of the bed, under the covers on the floor." So anyway,
Wow.
yeah. So I grabbed something to eat, come out, left there about 4:30. It's 5 o'clock sunset, and headed down 150 miles down the road to get home. And I got here just about 10 minutes before, or right about the time you guys started this meeting. And so
It's a long day.
It turned out to be good. It turned out to be good, but it started out really bad.
Yeah, that's not a good day in the beginning. No.
Well, guys, I'm going to hit it. I'll see you guys later.
Hey, Rusty.
All right,
Sparky.
Sparky.
Yeah, plane looks
Plane
good.
looks-
Have a good weekend.
It's looking awesome, Sparky. Keep it up.
All right.
We'll
Thank
see
you.
you,
You
Sparky.
betcha.
Good job.
Good to see you, Sparky. Have a good evening.
You too.
I'm gonna take off too. I got 22 coming over tomorrow.
Yeah, you're a busy
Oh, wow.
man, Tom.
So
Have lots of fun, Tom.
thank you
Yeah.
very much. We'll see you.
All
All right, take
See
care,
ya.
man. Have
Be
a great
careful.
weekend.
Tom,
Kids.
I've been going through all my old files on the computer here, trying to get everything. I lost everything, but I had it backed up. All my drawings for about 15 years worth of drawings,
Oh yeah, I remember you
and
telling us about that.
yeah. Well, I've been going through them at my daughter-in-law's house, and come across a lot of projects that I'd started and hadn't finished, or finished and kind of set by the wayside and forgot about. And by golly, I've come up with a couple I think I'm going to have to build now. It
Oh,
I did
fantastic.
yeah, I did one, a flapless stunner, and I based it on the wing that I drew up for the Sakatumi, and I used the same airfoils that I'd come up with and all of that. So anyway, I built one version with the same wing like the Sakatumi, but it's kind of neat. It's got a butterfly tail on it, and it's got the rudder on the bottom with the tail wheel in the top in the rudder. It sets pretty even. One version is profile. The other version is full body, and it's a full body that got my me revved up. It's all designed expressly for electric, and darn thing. Actually, I have to say it myself. It don't look too bad. I'm gonna have to build it now.
Good.
Very
Awesome.
good.
Yeah,
Can
it's
you
not.
can you
It's
screen
nice
share
to go
what you're
out.
talking about?
Say what?
Can you screen share what you're talking about?
Uh, I've tried it before. Let me look if I can do it. I'll come in here if I can do it. I've had trouble trying to screen share. I don't think I've got enough bandwidth here to do it, but
Okay.
I'll try. Hold on a minute.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian. Now you can hear me.
Let's
Hi,
see.
Tran.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Doing well.
Oh,
How you doing?
we're
Hey,
trying.
Merry Christmas, Merry
There you
belated
is.
Christmas, and Happy New Year to you
Oh yeah,
guys.
Yeah, absolutely,
yeah,
man.
really.
Yeah, to
Back
you
at
too.
you.
We had a great Christmas here. Did you have a big gathering, or was it a easy Christmas for you?
Oh, it was pretty easy, We kind of settled in around a little bit after noon. Everybody was kind of there minding their own business, and I said there was a beautiful day outside, and I said, "No, I'm gonna give me a Christmas present." So I grabbed both planes with me, and I went out and I just started flying till
All
On
right.
till
Christmas
For
Day?
you.
till the
Yeah, it was
sun.
beautiful weather here.
Oh
I
my
imagine
God,
your
yeah.
weather was
Wow.
about the same
Man,
as
you know
mine.
what? Trying, you definitely wear the pants in your house. That's awesome, man.
I, I don't know about
I'm
that,
just glad he wears pants.
I think what Rusty said. But yeah,
Oh man.
so what happened is that I went out to fly, and I first started on my son's plane, right? So I pulled the plane out, pulled the computer out, and started to download the program in it, as you wouldn't load it up, and I was like, "What the heck is going on here?" When I got home, I realized that the bootloader that I was using was the wrong bootloader. I had the right chip in there, but I had to use the AdMega 320 something, the old bootloader. And if you use that, it loads up the program just fine, right? So,
Mhm.
so I put one flight out there. It was really uneventful, other than motor starts really fast. 20 seconds into it, when I was expecting 35, I was at the handle anyways at the time. So excitement,
That is
nonetheless.
exciting, yes.
Yeah. But it was fine. I just put maybe 3-4 laps on it, and that's a whole flight. That's how long it was. And the plane landed after that, and I was just trying to figure out what I was doing wrong. And I said, no, screw it, So I switched I pulled the lines out. I put the lines on my on the Revolutions, and I started flying it. And it's something that I wanted to try for a while now. So what happened is, like, when I moved the lead outs backwards, I mean, the plane got a whole lot better, right? And I said, I was kind of, what I like, I really liked it, right? So I said, let me try it. I mean, what's going to happen? Just I can try something. If it's wrong, I'm going in the wrong direction. I'm going in the wrong direction, right? So I pushed it back. I pushed the lead house back another 3/16 of an inch or so, and oh my God, what kind of difference that made? Just like the plane is so much s- tighter on the lines and crisper in the air that I was like, holy smokes, you know, it just like it was. hmm, I don't know what to say. I was like, I love this plane.
Just
I just love this plane.
316. That's not even much.
Yeah,
That's a,
but it made a
Doesn't take
huge
much.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
it was a huge
doesn't take much.
Mhm. But it was a huge difference. It's like you feel it right away. At least like I can sense it, right? And it was such a big change. I was like, oh my goodness! Now next time I'm going I'm going back out. I'm going to push them even more.
Yeah,
See,
that's the same way I am.
yeah. So in trimming, I mean, you do something. If you do the wrong thing, you're gonna obviously gonna have the wrong results. So you go in the wrong direction. So all you have to do is just to try the extremes, and you just go forward with them, see how wrong you can go backwards, see how wrong can you go, and the truth is somewhere in the center. So, uh, anyways, but oh my goodness, I could really climb on top of that plane and just make it turn and go.
what was
Uh,
the wind? What was the wind like? Was it pretty calm?
It was pretty calm, yeah. Nah, not much of any wind. I mean, just wind was very calm. Enough to take the turbulence out. Uh, I had to back off a few times, but just very calm. But the plane didn't even mind that it was flying through its own turbulence or something like that. I was just like it was rock solid
wow.
everywhere.
This the evolution or this your son's twister?
No, the revolutions, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, I cannot. That plane is it's so good.
What
I
were
mean,
you trying to cure by moving the lines?
what?
What were you trying to fix?
I wasn't trying to fix anything. I was trying to see if it's what's going to happen. More than that. I mean,
Just
it
experiment.
was. I mean, let's put it this way: what this plane, a bad stream, flies better than I ever flew before, right?
Wow, that's awesome.
so, so, so,
Yeah.
so now as I try to, it was in a decent trim. I could do anything with it. I fly in the wind, whatever. But I
Yeah, now
said,
you're just trying to optimize it.
yeah, I'm just like, what's gonna happen? It's like maybe it's gonna get worse, but I don't know if it's gonna get worse or not. So I just tried
Only
it.
one way to find out.
Yeah, I gave it a shot, and as soon as I was in the air with it, and I was expecting to lose some line tension on the top, but no, I gained some more on the bottom. I gained on the top as well.
That's
Wow, good.
awesome.
You
So
you keep a notepad to document every little trim you do.
I have something, yes, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that's
but
what I do.
That
I have
helps. I
my
can't.
log.
I'll change something and forget it if I don't write it down. So I have to. I
Yeah.
have
yeah,
to document it.
but usually, like you change something and you like it or you don't like it, right? So
Right.
you either
Yeah.
go back to what it was before, or you don't.
Exactly.
Right
Exactly.
So
then. Yeah.
so too
One
much
change at a time.
too much documentation, you don't really need that there. It's like unless um
Yeah. Not if you're going to go right back to it. If you have to wait a month
yeah.
before you change it. Like,
Yeah, no, no, yeah, yeah, this change is there to stay. I'm not gonna change it. I'm gonna change it again to see if I can fall off the curve, right? Because there's gonna be a
mhm,
point where it's gonna be,
right. It's going
Right.
to be
yeah,
a point.
Exactly. Yeah,
mm,
exactly. I
yeah,
love doing that.
yeah.
I love doing
So
And
I
you
was,
might find you have a windy day setting and a calm day setting too, I guess.
uh, not really. I don't really need the windy day settings. I mean, even at the nets, I was flying 5.5 second laps in what was that, Charles? 12. 13 miles per hour winds or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I was blowing pretty good, right? So I was
Yeah.
still flying 5.5 with effortless, no problems, line tension everywhere. So I wasn't hurting. For me, what I find out right now is like as I start to fly and go out and just fly a lot. I'm talking like over 5, 6 flights, 10 flights or something like that. Put 10 flights in a day or something like that, and I'm getting more comfortable with the plane. I'm getting more comfortable to what I'm doing with it is because what I'm flying right now, the Nats, is with no practice whatsoever, practically, right? I go to the Nats and I fly maybe 10 flights before the Nats, and then I fly the Nats. So not a whole lot of practice over there, and it was the same like 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I went to the Nats with 0 flights on a plane. I was just fresh out of the box, nothing, and I was testing the
Wow.
plane for the first time at the Nats one day before the no, was Saturday. I think it was Saturday afternoon. So Saturday afternoon, I put the first flights. Saturday evening, put the first pattern on the plane, and from that point on, just tweaked it a little bit, and I was in competition with it. So
Wow.
so that's the learning curve over there. So, but what can I say? It's I said it so many times, and I just absolutely love this plane. It's just like in bad trim, it still flies better than I ever had anything I had before.
Wow, that's so awesome.
Yeah, it's you just yeah, it's just you just don't hold the candle to it. Nothing can hold the candle to it. It just it's something. It's amazing, unbelievable. So
Wow.
Sounds good,
That's
Shane.
yeah.
that's amazing. I wish I could fly that plane. See what that's like.
Oh, Charles, you're just gonna say like this is too easy. I mean, it's just like if you think of any plane, and most planes have a bad spot or something like that. Or if you go harder on a corner or something like that, you get loose lines because you lose energy or something like that.
Yeah. Right.
This has no vices whatsoever, none, zero.
And I can't even imagine what you're talking about. I mean, I believe you. I just can't
Yeah.
imagine that. It's amazing.
I mean, hit it as hard as you can in a quarter. It will still track. It will turn, track, and go. No issues whatsoever. And it's gonna look back at you. It's gonna say, "Is that all you got?"
Hey, let me speak to John for just a second. John, I'm watching you try to screen share, and I'm getting the message that you're having connectivity issues. So I don't think you've got enough bandwidth to do it.
Yeah, it's showing up on my screen, but obviously not yours. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Guys, I'm going to get off tonight early. I got to be back at the hospital at 7 in the morning. So,
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I hadn't time to see the doctors.
yeah, meet up with the doctors and see if they're going to send her home tomorrow or she's going to spend another day. It doesn't really matter, but,
Mm.
you know.
Get some
Good
rest,
luck,
Steve.
man. I hope things continue to go well and everything settles down, and hope she gets out and feels good. After
Yeah,
a valve replacement, you forget what it was like to feel good. It's been so long. People's main complaint to the doctor before the valve is, I'm sick and tired of feeling sick and tired, and then after the new valve, it's like you've just gotten a shot of new life. So I hope that's the way it works out for her.
yeah. They said that
Me too.
like a baby when they're born, the pressure in their heart is 1 pound or whatever. When they before they did the operation today, my mom's was at 25 pounds. It took to open the valve to start to open it. So,
Wow.
and when they got done, now it's at 2.
Wow,
Wow.
Wow. What a
that's
difference.
incredible.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, get a good
Man,
night's sleep and
Yeah.
come back, and we'll see you next week.
I wish you the
Yeah.
best,
Take
Steve.
it easy, Steve. Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Take
the
care,
best.
Steve.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, Steve.
Hey,
Get
Steve.
some
Good
rest.
night, Steve.
Good night.
I wish that I had more bandwidth that could come up. I like I said, the profile version has the same wing, same shape of wing as on the Sakatumi, but the full bodied one is all elliptical with a Warren Truss wing on it. And I did that just because I wanted to see if I could do it. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna have to build one.
Awesome.
Hey,
Cool.
John.
Yeah.
I'm playing around with that idea that you gave me as far as putting the aluminum on the bottom of the motor crutch.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a piece of 030 T6 aluminum. It's aerospace. I don't know. Train probably knows more about it than me because it's probably going to send somebody through time and space. But it's aerospace aluminum that I got from the metal shop down the street. And I'm able to cut it with my bandsaw. So I'm thinking, okay, cool. So I made my engine crotch out of the poplar that we were talking about last week.
Right.
And then I cut this piece of aluminum to fit where in the notch where the motor goes. And then it's a flat plate over the rest of it. And I epoxied it onto the 3/8 motor crutch. So now I'm, well, whatever 3/8 and a 32nd is, 6, 7/32. I'm 7/32 thick on my engine motor crutch, and I'm an inch and a quarter wide, so my Fox 35 will fit right inside. And I'm thinking, well, that T6 is pretty solid. It's not gonna dent by bolting it down. That T6 is some nasty stuff.
Oh, I thought it was just general purpose.
It's
No,
there are
T6
different.
is
Yeah, there are different kind of aluminums out there. I mean, you have the typical, the most used ones are the 6061
That's
T6.
T6.
Yeah, you have the 2024 and 7075. These are the most used aluminums out there, right?
And there's also
7070,
52, and then there's 3035,
they're
and then
rarely
there's
used.
36.
Yeah, but those are rarely used and more like specialty aluminums.
It depends on what you're doing. If you're doing construction, you use a lot of 3031
Okay.
because it's cheap and it's easy. If you're doing aerospace, you use a lot of 6061. You use a lot of 5052 because it's you 50 series is the lowest grade you can anodize.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
most of what aerospace depends on is anodizable aluminum.
Yeah.
So what I made my engine bracket out of was 6061,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
and it's probably the lower grade of what I'm supposed to use.
Yeah, that's the
Granted, I fly to the moon, but
Shuggy, quiet.
Fox 35.
yeah.
And then I put some screw-in posts, and I put my screw-in posts flush with the motor mounts. So then when my motor bolts bolt down tight, it sandwiches the aluminum and the ear down tight.
Mm-hmm.
that's good.
Yeah, that should be pretty strong at that 7/16th, what you said you had over there. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
I like it that you're doing it that way rather than countersinking because you don't have enough material there, a 32nd of an inch to do anything with that like that countersunk bolts on the bottom and all of that. But using it just as a plate to bolt your engine onto and bolt right through and clamp,
Mhm.
use your engine to clamp all that. You're going to get about the maximum strength you can get out of it. All you want to do is harden up those poplar mounts. Those are pretty soft mounts, and with
Mm-hmm.
that aluminum in place there, it'll take the abuse of the engine.
Yeah.
Be
That's good.
sure, be sure you have a good seal there though, so that the oil can't get down underneath there. You want to make those mounts, mix up some epoxy even if it's glue, and thin it down and brush it on in there, and make sure you get it good and well sealed, because that oil will just destroy your work.
Yeah.
No, I always epoxy base the motor base. I always epoxy base the motor base, and then finish them off. Because I always
Yeah.
paint over the inside the plane, and I refuse to build a profile, so I never paint outside the plane. I refuse to build profiles. I just can't stand them. They're a pain in the ass. They fly. They're too
So,
heavy.
so Jeff, you really don't like profiles, huh?
Let's see. Let me see if I phrase that again. Profiles. Let's see. What's the first thing I don't like about them? They're heavy.
They're skinny.
Some more weight off. I took some more weight off my Strega.
Some more weight? Wow.
I took more weight off my Strega.
Wow,
It's
that's
not
awesome.
a 60-inch wingspan anymore.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, but now it's a 54-inch wingspan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it takes off some weight.
There's no reason to fly an airplane. There's no reason to fly a redwood tree around a circle. There is way too much wood in the air with a Strega. That's way too much.
It is a lot of lumber, no doubt about it. A lot of lumber.
Yeah, like hanging onto a redwood tree. I mean, what's the point? It's like, holy cow! Come on, really?
I think one nice way of making a profile and making it light is by just using some super light balsa wood, making about 5/8 inch wide, and put styrofoam in between them, and then laminate it with some carbon fiber or something like that.
Then it's really not a profile anymore, is it?
Well, it's still like a profile shape, you know. So
It's a foam-clad profile.
if I was making a profile, I'll make it to the maximum. I'd use maximum 3/4 inch. That's allowable by the rules. And I'll probably make it with balsa sticks and make some zigzag pattern on the backside or something like that to keep it
That
light.
keeps it light.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, that's the only way I would go profile.
Yeah, because it's profile shape, but it isn't it isn't out of a piece of block of wood. Understandable. That's the best way to do it, is to keep it light.
Yeah, and
if you really want to build a profile fuselage that's strong and light, you use square balsa, 3/8 balsa or 5/8 balsa, all the way around, to outline your shape. Use a little real balsa right around where the engine and that goes, but in the back, cut foam, put it in there, and then laminate on and glue on with epoxy, 1/64 ply, nice and tight. That will be like a baseball bat when you're done.
Yeah, because it stiffens it up too. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, John, you could build it like a ladder bar too. Build it like a ladder bar with the frame and some X braces, and then sheet the sides with balsa. It's just as strong.
But I understand what you're saying, Jeff. If you're going to go to all that trouble, you might as well build a full body.
Yes.
Yep.
I agree with that.
Reduce the vibration. You're going to build more strength into the airplane. You're going to build it lighter. What would be the point of building a profile if you're going to go to all that trouble?
Well, they're a lot easier to repair in a hurry. I mean, it's a overnight or even a hour job instead of a couple of days working on it when you smash up full fuse.
If you're into competition, you need if you want to fly profile stunt, you got to have a profile.
Profile. That's right. That's what I do. Exactly. And I don't worry. Go ahead.
Here's the point. If I was going to fly profile stunt, I would just build a SIG Banshee put a Fox 35 on it, and fly it. What would be the problem with that? What do you see wrong with that?
The Banshee has too small a stab and elevator. It's
Too long a
It doesn't.
nose.
No.
too long a nose for
No.
anything other than a fox. And you like foxes, so you're all right with that.
I love
The wings could be better. There's a lot of things that have been improved on since the Banshee was developed. Same reason why the Twister, even though it's a good airplane, the franchise Twister flies even better. So
That's
I
right.
I
have
mean, you know,
never, I have never flown a Twister that has flown good. I have never
I
flown a
have
good Twister.
I've
It doesn't
flown
matter
great
who built it.
twisters. I've flown
I have
twisters that aren't
too.
good, but are great.
I have never flown a good Twister.
Okay.
Uh,
Have you have
But
you
then
built a
again,
fancherized one? Have you
I don't
built
know
a
what a
fancherized one?
what's a franchise Twister?
Longer fuselage, among other
Longer
things.
fuselage, longer span on the
more tail
tail.
area.
Well, I know on the Banshee, if you put a bigger tail on the Banshee, it flies worse.
Yes, it
Was
does.
it not the Banshee we had a long discussion on how bad it flew the other
Yeah,
night?
yeah, it was the
Yep.
Banshee.
That was
Yeah, that's what we
with
were
Steve's
discussing with
plane.
Steve.
That was with Steve because he put a bigger tail on it, and you put a bigger tail on a Banshee, and they fly horrible. I built a stock Banshee.
You got to
and I
lengthen
put
the
a
fuselage.
45. What?
You got to lengthen the fuselage. Get more tail volume.
No, I built a stock Banshee and put a Fox 35 on it, and I had no problem flying the pattern.
Oh, good. That's
Well,
pretty
no,
good.
it's not that you have problems flying the pattern. It's when it's a problem flying the pattern in 540 foot or 540 point flights
That's right. Exactly.
to be competitive.
Well, when I flew at High Johnson, I rolled in a 480.
That's a 480, and it'll do a 480.
With the stock Banshee.
Yeah, it'll do a
Well,
480.
I didn't expect that. I expected a 310.
No, if you got it flying right, it'll do a 480. But when you want to get up over 500, you got to do a little modification. You got to
Most
move
definitely.
into this century.
If I was going to fly a contest and expect a 500,
Yeah.
I don't think I'd fly a Banshee.
Unless you fly a profile contest.
No, I think I would move up to a Nobler or something at least that good.
Well, a Nobler is a good airplane, but you take take Trian's airplane for a minute here. He's been playing on the leading edge of some new knowledge, actually, what he's come up with. And his airplane, I'm sure, in the hands of one of our top experts, would score up in the 600s.
Yeah,
Easily.
well, he's pretty cutting. He's pretty cutting edge, but I guarantee you, I would have more fun with a Banshee than I would with his airplane.
No way,
Well,
no way, no way. And when a plane's easy to fly,
It's a different level of flying.
if he's not a hardcore competitor and he enjoys flying and doing his thing, I can see where he'd have more fun with a stock Banshee.
Most definitely.
But if you want
not
to
in competition. Yeah.
yeah, but you guys, better flying planes are easier to fly. I mean, so what
Most
means
definitely.
with having fun, if a plane is really, 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 really easy, you're gonna have a blast. And that's what you get with a really well-trimmed plane, is that it's so backwards. That's what's so problematic with beginners. We don't know as beginner what we need to do, and we're probably flying the worst plane we ever had. And then when you get good, you're flying easier planes to fly. I mean, it's just
Most definitely.
Like Charles,
Charles,
Charles, what was the difference for you when you jumped from your plane to what was that? The
Sparky's
plane?
airplane. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, that was just well, for one, I just wasn't used to a plane that could fly that slow.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
And
my
stay
Strega,
out there.
I have to fly my Strega, 5.2 speed, and when Sparky gave me his plane, it was flying slow. I thought it was too slow, but it wasn't. I just wasn't used to having a light plane.
Exactly.
That was such an epiphany that I had to get used to it, And then, I mean, it's a shame that I really didn't get enough practice with that plane. I know the plane was going. I could turn better than that. If the plane could talk, I would have got an earful.
Yeah.
I don't think I've flown a plane that would fly well under 5 seconds.
Wow. Wow. I'm flying.
Charles, when
You mean over
think about
5
it,
seconds.
Charles, when you got your hands on your first good engine run, the first time you got an engine that would run consistently every time, what a big feeling that would. Now, when you marry that to an airplane that will fly the right way, and you put the two together, how do you feel? It's like you could jump to the moon.
I know exactly. Yeah,
Hey,
exactly. I mean,
And hey,
Sparky plane, he had it set up with that Super Tiger 60 with the 13.6 rev up prop
uh-huh.
and that SIG Champion fuel. I mean, it was like dialed in.
Yep.
Yeah,
And John,
unreal.
and John, at that point, you're probably flying like a Ferrari, right? Right.
A Lamborghini, at least.
Yeah. Imagine jumping from there to a Bugatti Veyron.
I'd kill myself.
Just at which point is the car go like, what the heck are you doing there? You gonna drive me or what? And you think you're going fast and you're doing the
know
best
what
you
you're
can.
doing.
It's like I'm going hard, I'm going faster, and the car probably is looking like, get out of here! Come on, start using
You ever rode a horse? You ever rode a horse and have him look back at you like, what the heck are you doing back there?
Kind of like that, exactly.
Hey, Jeff, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What would you say was the best flying plane you've ever flown?
Lifetime or lately? Lifetime
Lately.
would be a
Well, lifetime. Go ahead. I wouldn't say lifetime because probably you're a better flyer now than you were, say, 10 or 15 years ago. So let's say lately.
Okay,
Since you were a skilled pilot.
And I thought the little jumping bean was a great airplane, but as I grew up, I thought the little baby ringmaster was a great airplane. Then I graduated to a baby, what's that other thing, the flight streak. Then I moved on and I bought a buster and a shoestring and crashed
And they seem better still, yeah.
And by then I was 14 years old. And then I started getting jobs and started being able to buy my own airplanes. And I started buying Chipmunks. And a Chipmunk was okay. And I thought, okay, well, let's try a Nobler. And Nobler was bitching. I loved the Nobler. The Nobler was one of my favorite planes.
Yeah.
Then I crashed that and I built a, what the hell was that?
And see, your building keeps getting better as you go, too. Okay.
Then it was SIG Acrobat. So I flew the SIG Acrobat for about 8 years. And I flew it in several contests down here in Gopher Gulch and what we call Death Valley, which is Sepulveda Basin. And pretty soon that it just wasn't good enough. So I went back to a Nobler and I flew a Gieske Nobler.
How'd you find that?
How did I at Tony's Hobby Lobby. Tony and Eddie.
No, I was asking, how did you find that it flew? Did you like it?
Which one?
The Gieske Nobler.
The Gieske Nobler was a great airplane. That thing was amazing.
Of
But
all the ones you've told me about so far, that one would probably be the best. Okay, what after that?
I flew the Gieske with a Fox 35.
Okay, that's fine.
And then I flew my first, what the hell was that thing, that twin-tailed
Olympic?
Yeah.
Olympic with, I bought it from a guy named Gary Nelson, and it had Tiger 46 on it. And I flew it, and it was all right. I didn't like it. It didn't run really well. And then I sold that thing, and I bought another. I bought a Tiger, a G2135 stunt motor, and I put it in a regular green box Nobler. That was my favorite plane.
Wow.
Okay.
The green box Nobler was probably my favorite plane.
Okay. And other than, so let's say that was your favorite plane, what airplanes recently have you flown that are comparable to that as airplanes? Like, have you flown a Cardinal or a Strega or something like that? Or an Impact or something that's a high-end type airplane? Have you flown something like that?
Strega here with a 60, but it's not ready to fly yet. That's the one.
How much weight are we talking? It's okay, so you haven't flown it yet.
No.
Okay,
No, that
all right.
thing's still hanging on the wall.
Okay.
That thing's on a diet. I'm still trying to make it lighter.
Okay, that's fine.
That's the one I got down to 38 ounces.
But you said you dropped the wingspan to 54?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not going to really fly like a Strega anymore because you've modified it so far. A Strega is a 60-odd inch wing. It's a big difference between 60 and 54. It's not going to fly nearly the same.
Mine is a stock Brodak Strega. And
Okay.
it has about 2,000 ribs in it. And I cut most of them out. And then I cut most of the wingspan off because it doesn't need it. Okay. Sorry, Wendy Yarnowski. I just disagree with that. If I could thin it out without chopping the heck out of it, I would. I would have left the wingspan and thinned out the airfoil. It would have been a better idea. So other than that, my only option was to shorten it. So I shortened the span to lose more weight. Now I'm going to put the Aerostar 51 in it, or 61, that I know nothing about. I even
see, a lot of times, okay, go ahead. Yeah. See, a lot of times what I do is I don't worry so much about the weight as the power to weight ratio. You see what I'm saying? Like, in other words, I can make a 70 or 74 ounce airplane fly well if I put the proper power train to it.
Okay, answer me one question. Yeah.
Jeff, have you had a chance to? I mean, this is not top of the line up there like a Trivial Pursuit or an Impact, but have you had a chance to fly either of the Legacies?
No, I have not tried a Legacy.
They're a pretty decent airplane.
Oh yeah.
They look like a really good flying airplane. They look like really good. Here's my whole deal with hanging onto an airplane. And Charles knows this. Charles has met me. I'm all of 5'2", and I might weigh 100 pounds if I'm coming out of the lake.
Okay.
So the bigger airplanes are going to drag me around the circle.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
No, I'm not going to fly a Magnum. I'm not going to fly a Strega. I'm going to fly
that's right.
with a Fox 35. That's my thing.
Jeff,
Yeah.
Brodak has
55
a
ounces
40
is about
size
my
version.
limit.
Brodak has a 40 size version of the Legacy, which is more your size. Wouldn't pull you around, I don't think, at all.
Well, my whole thing is I've just designed a plane. I really wanted to send you the drawing of it, but I have no idea
Yeah.
how to do that. I work off an iPad, and I can't upload and send that easily. But I've got a 49-inch airplane that's based on a Nobler with a very thin fuselage. That's the one I was asking you about the Poplar motor mounts for with the aluminum. I
Oh, yeah.
found some good aluminum for it. And I have a feeling that this airplane is going to be really nice because I've cut all the pieces for it. And short of everything being glued together, I've got every piece cut. Rudder, tail feathers, wing ribs, leading edge, trailing edge, sheeting, fuselage sides. I got everything cut for it, and I weighed it.
Well,
5.5 ounces.
you're on Stunthanger right now. I mean,
Yeah.
PM me. Send me a private message. It's under John A. Miller. Okay? PM me and we'll talk. We'll
Okay,
figure out some way to get together.
I'm at 5.5 ounces with all of my wood.
Wow.
All right.
If y'all need to transfer some big files, I can provide you with a private online folder that you can put a terabyte in it if you wanted to, and
Oh, cool.
and I can transfer them back and forth.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
Okay, we
that's
just
cool.
send it to you, Rusty.
What'd you say, Jeff?
We could just send our files to you, and you could forward them to, like, I could send it to you. You can forward it to John.
Yeah.
Or
And you would do it via email. I just send you a link, and you upload the file to that link. It'll take you to the online folder that I'm talking about. It's just drag and drop, no problem.
Oh, that's cool.
either that.
Dropbox.
Do you have John's email?
It's
Rusty, do you have John?
Dropbox. This is going through a Dropbox folder, and it doesn't actually go through the email. I'll just send you a link in the email. You'll click that link. It'll open a Dropbox folder to where you can drag and drop the biggest fucking file you got. And
I
it
was
goes
just
both directions.
because I'll just give John my email. I don't care.
Well, most emails will handle up to 5 megabytes, but if it's bigger than that, then you need the Dropbox folder. So let me know if you need it, and I'll set a folder up y'all can share.
See,
Okay.
Jeff, he'll hold it in the Dropbox, and then I'll go access it from the Dropbox. So you don't
Okay.
even have to have my. Yeah, it works out easy that way.
So is that gonna
Yeah.
work? Is that gonna work on, like, if I take a picture of, because I don't draw on a computer. I'm not that computer smart. I draw with a pencil and a T-square.
I used to do
All
that.
my
Yeah, so do I.
paper.
So do I.
If you want my plan, I'm gonna have to take a picture of it and send it to you.
Well, the nice thing, the greatest thing about CAD work, there's two things I like about it. One, if you do it right, it's very accurate. Two, you can break down and pull all the parts out and put together a part file that makes it really easy to cut all your parts.
Yeah,
And you
I
can
see
get
what you
them
mean.
awful darn good.
Yeah, but 3, I'm not smart enough to use it.
No, but you got friends that do use it, so use them. Hi there.
Hey, Steve.
Sorry.
I can take a
Hey, Joe.
pencil.
People
Rusty.
can send you the plan and then you use
Hey,
it.
how we doing, everyone?
Who's that? Steve McBride?
Yeah, Steve McBride.
So,
Yeah, hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
hey, Steve.
Hey,
How's
Lenny,
everyone?
I think that's a great question. We should all go around and ask each other what is the best plane we've ever flown. I would like to hear.
Most definitely. Most
I think that's a great
definitely.
question. So,
For
Lynn,
me, it's a
what's the best
Cardinal.
plane you've ever flown, Lynn?
Okay, Len, you start, Len.
Okay. The best plane
Number
I've ever
you
flown.
Yeah.
The best plane I've ever flown is very close to an impact. It's a buddy of mine designed it. It has a Casminato Blue Max wing in it, and it's basically almost the same shape as an impact, and it flies outstanding.
and the
And
best
when
thing.
he designed it back in the late '90s, it looked almost identical to an impact, except the fuselage is a little bit thinner. The wing, of course, is a little different. And he called it a tiger shark. And when I flew that airplane, he built one. And when I flew it for the first time, I was I was astounded at how well it flew. I was like, oh my God, what happened here? I went home and I started building one. And I didn't finish that airplane until 2009 because I had a lot of stuff going on in my life. I had a marriage that was falling apart at the time, and I was moving a lot. But I did end up
Okay.
finishing the airplane. I finished it in 2009 because a bunch of my buddies were going down to Brodax, and I'd never been there, and I wanted to go to Brodax. So in 2009, I went to Brodax. I had a Super Tiger 51 for this airplane, but I was having engine run problems because
Oh,
of the timing of the engine. It hadn't been set up. It was out of the box.
okay.
A good buddy of mine here had one that was redone by Tom Dixon. He said, I want you to borrow this motor and take a Brodax with you and run that in the airplane. It will run better. So I did. I put his motor in my airplane. Tom Dixon had set this motor up and retimed it, and the run was amazing. It was like night and day. I went to Brodax. I had never flown in a big contest outside of Ontario, Canada at the time. I didn't know what class I should fit in or anything else. And so I decided I would fly in the advanced class because I had flown quite a bit of stunt, but I didn't really know where I fit in. After the first round in advance, I was in 5th place.
Not bad.
And
It's a big
not
contest.
bad, but I actually thought I could do better. So the next day for the final round, we got up in the morning. It was very, very windy. I mean, it was huge windy. And a number of people decided not even to fly in the second round. And I remember talking to one of the guys who had a very pretty airplane there, and he said to me, he said, are you going to fly? I said, look, I drove 8 hours to get here. I'm going to fly. If I lose the airplane, I lose the airplane. Well, to make a long story short, I had a very good flight. I won the contest.
All right.
And I was very happy. That
I
was
bet you
probably the happiest. It was probably the happiest I have ever been flying control line stunt.
Wow.
And that airplane, I would say, was the best airplane I ever flew up
And
to
that
this
was
point. And
and
that
it
was
ain't
10 years ago.
That was 10 years ago. Yeah. Now, Lynn, what did
10
that
years
plane
ago.
do that you never experienced before?
The corner was amazing. And the fact that I could pull it out and it would pull out flat every time.
Flat. Yes.
It didn't
Yes.
have that jump. There's
Yeah.
nothing worse than an airplane that either won't turn or overturns all the time. This
Right.
airplane would turn flat every time. The bottoms were flat. And that was amazing for me.
That is amazing. I had one plane do that, and that is amazing. I agree.
That's the feeling you're always looking for when you fly stunt, is that airplane that when you turn it, it turns where you want it to turn. And I spend my entire stunt career trying to find that airplane all the time, that airplane that will turn and pull out flat consistently every single time.
I'm pursuing that also. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you really try hard enough, you can get a shoestring to do that. All you got to do is balance it.
Yeah, maybe so.
You can
It's just
master
pursuing
to
it.
do that. Master will do it too. as long as
Yeah,
it's balanced.
but not
Balance.
quite, not as consistently. It can get it consistent, but not as consistent. The only other airplane I've ever had that would do it was I have a profile cardinal, right? And it's actually an Earth profile cardinal, a windy profile cardinal, and it does the same thing. And I don't know if somehow I've got the controls so that they're just right and it works
When I
every
was nine,
time.
when I was 9 years old, I won the Los Angeles. What the hell was that contest? Whatever it was at Sepulveda Basin. I got third place with a Carl Goldberg Buster, only because
Wow.
it was balanced and came out flat. I
A
was
Buster,
9 years old. I had
actually,
no idea
believe
what
it
I
or
was.
not, a Buster is a very good flying airplane if it's set up right.
Mine had a McCoy 19 on it, and it was flying on 52-foot lines, and I was 8 years old.
I flew one a couple of years ago that was an old beat up used one that a buddy of mine had used in racing. And I put an LA-25 on it with no muffler, so it wasn't nose heavy. And that thing I couldn't get over how well it flew. It was amazing.
Oh, I want to know one thing. What is it with this LA motor? What is it?
The
Is
LA
it
motor?
that good of a?
It's the most user-friendly motor there is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
they're
user
very user friendly.
It's light,
I've never
powerful. It's
tried
everything
it.
you want in a inexpensive motor.
Expensive,
Consistent.
inexpensive and efficient.
Well,
Yeah.
according to Sparky, the Fox 35 is an inexpensive motor too, because he cuts them up for tip weight. Luckily,
John.
he gave us.
Yeah.
No, I
John,
Yeah.
what's your best flying plane that you've experienced?
I was thinking about that, and I'm kind of like, well, I got about 6 or 7 of them for different reasons. Do you want to
That's
hear
good.
about them?
Yeah, I want to hear about it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
When I was 17 years old, I built a green box snowbird. That was my first real stunt
Big
ship.
stunner.
Hey,
Yeah.
Yep. And I had a McCoy 35 in it. And fortunately, I had some people around who knew what I was doing or what they were doing. And they told me, this is not a racing motor. You run it slow and you run it fat. And you always run, you don't run synthetic, you don't run racing fuel, you run fuel that has castor oil in it. And so that engine lasted me for years. If for years it was my only engine, and I'd have to pull it out to put it in my other airplane if I wanted to fly it.
We all did the same. We all did it.
Yep, yep. Well, that airplane though would pull out flat like you referred to. It was a very good flying airplane. After that, when I came back into it years later, I was having trouble. I had a chipmunk. I couldn't get it to fly right. I didn't like the way it flew. I had. I finally went to the VSC and I built Dick Williams plane. The looks like a Mustang. Oh, come on. RSM's kidding. No, I drew the plans in CAD and I built the airplane and took it to the VSC. It's the first time one ever showed up there. No, I can't remember the name of it. I hate that. I'll remember it in about 10 minutes.
Sure.
Anyway, that was
I think go ahead.
That was an absolutely wonderful flying airplane. And the gear, Dick knew about setting the gear up. And so when I bring it on the mains, all I had to do is let it touch the mains and it would stick and it would roll. It would roll with the tail high. And every time it came around, by the time it set the tail down, it was set the tail down and stopped right in front of the judges. Ted Fancher was judging and he says, "You're learning all them tricks, aren't you?" But that plane flew gorgeous. Anyway, RSM's still kidding it. And then I had
Is it trivial?
I built. No, it's not trivial. It's one of it's Southern California power setup. It was originally set up with a McCoy 35 or a McCoy 40 and a Grish 3-blade 10-4 or 10-6. That was called the
Maybe
West Coast Power setup, and oh man, it's terrible.
maybe
I'll think of it. I'll think of it. It's a beautiful airplane. Flew really nice. And then I searched around, and my next best flying one turned out to be a profile, Dick Mathis's Excalibur, the first Excalibur, not the second one. The one that looks like it has too sharp an entry point on the wing, but it has turbulator spars instead of sheeting on it. And that thing was another beautiful flying airplane. And I had learned now at that point how to set the main gears up so I could duplicate the landings that I got on that other plane. So it would come in and it touched down. As soon as it touched down, it just locked down and roll out with the tail high all the right way around the circle. The Excalibur, I lost it to a broken line. I was coming in for I was doing the squares, and the line broke just as I was going down. So anyway, lost that plane. The next one that I had was the Pathfinder, the Pathfinder profile. It was one of those things. I was around when it got designed. I drew the plans for it, and I built one of the first ones off the plans. It's a pretty well established as a pretty decent profile stunt ship today.
Most definitely.
Yeah. And then, yes, I know, Jeff, it's a profile. Anyway.
This is plane. He's a good dude. I like Gordon.
Yeah. Well, and then the next one was Geese. Novi. Well, it wasn't a Novi. It was the All-American Eagle.
You mean Gerke?
Gerke, that's it. Gerke, not Geese.
Dave Gerke, yes.
Dave Gerke. He built his Novi 4, I think, and the All-American Eagle, and took them to the Nats.
Yeah.
And he flew the Novi, and he had the Eagle there as I think as his backup or something. But his wife went out and spent too much money around while he was flying, and when they got done with the contest, he didn't have enough money to get home. So he sold the Eagle to Tom, the engine guy. Died out in California. What's his name? Tom
Lee, I think.
No, Tom Lee.
Tom Lay.
Yeah, Tom
Lay. Close enough. Yeah.
It was Tom Lay. We built when Gordon and I both built one of these All-American Eagles, and we took them to the VSC, and Tom Lay brought the original. It was all tattered and torn. It was made you cry to see it, but you could see the workmanship that was there. And we parked all three of them together.
Did Tom
say what?
The one with the Scotch tape all over it?
Yeah, he brought it. And so anyway, but that
here Narrows.
Yeah. Well, that airplane, that All-American Eagle, I've got a Stalker 40 on it, and I'm using the California, the West Coast power setup. I'm using the Grish 10-4 on it, 10-6, excuse me. It was a 10-4, and we repitched it to 10-6 because I didn't have any more 10-6s. So, and that plane. That plane is awesome, and I learned something with that plane. I learned, how sometimes you go in an inside loop and it wants to tighten up, okay? Yeah. And you go in an outside loop and it wants to, it tightens up on that. You want to get rid of that. Your nose heavy, tail heavy, and so when it's going around in the circle, it's trying to throw the nose out, and that tightens it up. So if you rebalance it, get your nose, a little bit heavier, then pretty soon you'll get there where they'll just track like they're on rails around there, and they'll go both ways. Now, if it goes the other way, it tries to open up. Of course, that's because your nose is too heavy. So that's something I learned with that airplane. It will fly in both insides and outsides, just absolutely identical. And you just kind of just sit there and relax, give it up, and just let it fly. Don't have to do any corrections or anything. It just does it. So
Wow.
that was my next good one. My last and final really good one that I've flown in competition is Gordon Delaney's Pathfinder LE. There's only two of them flying, Gordon's and mine, as far as I know. And I'm here to tell you that is a fine flying airplane. Flies
And
much
it
better
better
than most people realize.
well,
What'd you say, Jeff?
and it better not be a profile.
No, it's
It's
not
not
a pro.
it's a full body, beautiful
Profiles are
airplane.
used. Profiles are used. In my opinion. Here's to somebody, John. You probably remember. You flew in Gopher Gulch. You'll probably remember these two guys that trained me. One of them is named Bill Noyes,
Yeah,
and the other one is Tom Warden.
yeah, I
Do you
know.
remember Tom?
I only met him one time because I lived over at the other, the far north eastern part of the county. So I only met
Okay,
him one time.
we're more by
Up by close to
you,
San Dimas.
yeah. Yeah, you flew by that dam. We used to fly at Whittier Narrows, and I flew with Tom Warden and Bill Noyes.
Yeah, Bill Noyes designed a profile training stunt trainer, if I remember correctly.
The trophy trainer.
Yeah,
I taught a friend of mine how to fly on that plane.
yeah. Well, anyway, those are the planes that I found to be my favorite airplanes. So
Okay.
wish I had
That's
just one, but I've had several good ones.
Well, for
so,
a
John.
profile
What does the
trainer,
what does
great
the
airplane.
Pathfinder LE do better than anything else?
Say what?
What does the Pathfinder LE
Or-
do that no other plane that you've had does as well?
Well, I've
Everything.
had other planes that flies just like it. Okay, they fly. You get one that flies right, and you know it as soon as you get your hand on it.
It's exactly it with
The
any
LE
airplane.
flies, yeah, the LE flies just like my All-American Eagle. Only it's
Okay.
bigger, it turns, it comes out flat, it does everything I asked you. It's running a Stalker 51 on it. It's it's just a fine airplane. Of course, you got a line of product. I'll tell you what though, that airplane, it's got down thrust on it. After all, I drew the plans.
Right.
It's got down thrust on it, and that airplane did not ever hunt in its life. It flies flat and level,
Wow, that's great.
and I haven't
Yeah.
had to fight for that
Hey, John,
because it's designed into it.
let me ask you a question, John. You've got
Okay, Jeff.
airplanes that are 60. You got airplanes that are 60-inch. You got airplanes that are 50-inch. You got airplanes that are 40-inch. There's not a really good one. There's not a really bad one in all of them. All you need to do is figure out which one is your favorite to fly, right?
Yeah,
So, okay, which is the best airplane to fly? Which one are you most comfortable with? Which one?
that's
Which
the
one do
thing.
you really? Which one would you rather take out on Sunday? Me personally,
That's
I'd
the
rather
thing.
take out my Nobler or my Shoestring. My Shoestring is a lot of fun to fly because I don't have to pay attention to it. I can just watch it whip around like a butterfly on the end of the lines. I
Yeah,
don't.
are you talking about like a Goldberg shoestring? Are you talking about like a Goldberg
Right.
shoestring?
Yeah.
Same thing though,
Mine's
right?
Shoestring, but it's the same damn thing. It looks just like it, except mine's yellow and purple
Well, Jeff,
instead of yellow and red. Yeah, go
Jeff
ahead.
with my Nobler, you got to remember back in the day when I was flying that. This is in the late 50s, early 60s. We flew a lot slower than you're flying now. That McCoy was in a full.
Well, back up there, Chief. Because what do you think I'm flying with? I'm flying a Nobler. What am I flying with?
With a Fox. So you may be flying as, but you see, if at the top of the reverse wing over, if it wasn't free flighting for a quarter of the way across there, it was too fast.
That's exactly the way I fly.
Okay, so that flies. That is a different style of flying than what they're doing now. Now there's
most definitely.
In fact, I remember getting down scored on a flight because my plane free flighted here at a more, like in the 80s. I got down scored on it because they said I had lost control of the airplane. And you're supposed to maintain control all of the time. So I should have done. I remember seeing a picture of Bart Klapinski with his hand clear down by the ground in a wing over, trying to keep the lines tight while he was going over. So I don't fly that way anymore. I fly a little bit faster so I can maintain that control all the way across. Now, having said that, I like the Nobler, don't get me wrong, but it'd be a toss up. I didn't even put the Legacy in there. It'd be a toss up between the All American Eagle and the Pathfinder LA. Between those two, it'd be a toss up between them. They both fly almost identical.
Okay, well, I got this new thing on the drawing board that I've come up with, and it's a 49-inch wingspan. It's going to be quite interesting. I've built it even, but I put a longer flap on the inboard side by a ½ inch, just so it'll kind of halfway aileron itself out when you need it to. And I call it a diehard airfoil on it. I don't know if you know where I got diehard from, but it's off the side of my work boot. So that's for my.
We used to get them off the left tennis shoe.
No, mine came off my work boot, so I took it off that and I kind of sized it up flipped it over and looked at it, and I monkeyed around with it until I came up with what I wanted and came up with my airfoil shape. Then I just cut my ribs down until it came from the root to the tip, and now I think I'm an inch and 3/4 at the root, and an inch and 3/8 at the tip. 49 inches. And I think I'm 34-inch. I'd have to look at my plans to see what my moments are, but I think I'm 9 1/4. No, I'm 8 1/4, 9 3/4, 11 and a half.
So okay, you're 9 3/4. Your nose length. What's your nose length?
8 1/4. Just enough for a 4-inch. Just enough for a 4-inch box 35.
Okay. Now, what about between your flap and your elevator hinges?
I believe what, 12 1/4.
That's a little short coupled.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's a little short.
I'd have to look again. I might be 13, but I don't like the look of a stretched out airplane. So what I was thinking is I was just gonna mute the flap a little bit and put a little more elevator on it.
Yeah, but Jeff, you're kind of killing the plane right there. It's better to have much better to have a longer tail, a whole lot better. The difference
I
is
agree.
night and day. Every inch you can gain over there, like it's a huge plus.
Yeah, most modern designs. Let me back up. Back when you were being taught by by
Tom
Noyes
Warden.
and Warden, you
Okay.
we were starting to think in those days that maybe we needed to shorten up to get kind of more like a combat ship to get faster turn rates. And those of us, we didn't know nothing. This was just the thought that we had. And as it turned out, when you start going from a 13 or 14-inch tail moment out to about a 17 and a half, that's what a Pathfinder has, is 17 and a half. If and the I think the LE has an 18, and Trian's plane is over 20 inches, aren't you, Trian?
22 and a half.
Wow.
Yeah, and
That's huge.
What's the
that,
wing
that gives you
transplant?
power in the turn. Your elevators have got much more power, and your flaps just have to do a little lifting so you can cut back on your drag. It
Oh yeah.
it really
I understand the leverage on it. I understand the leverage thing, but still, this airplane is only 49-inch wingspan. If I put a 17-inch tail on this thing, it's going to look deformed.
Jeff, if it balances
try a
out,
50,
you're better off.
try it at 15 and a half or 16.
If you put your parts over there and it balances okay, right? And if you can
Yeah.
move the elevator further
I
back up in
agree.
the clean air, both of those things are going to give you a much better flying plane.
Exactly.
No
The
question
whole
about
idea is the balance, for sure.
it. Yeah. As long as you can balance it, push it as far back as you can possibly can. And also push it as far up as you can possibly get. Get in clean air.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
That's
think about that, but my drawing is already laid out, and this is what I'm already cut to. So I'm gonna
all you have
try
to do.
what
Take a pair of,
All right.
take a pair. Yeah.
Pencil and an eraser.
Yeah, try it.
and I've
Try it. I like it.
I've also
Yeah.
I've also started with, instead of a 2-inch airfoil to begin with, I've also started with a 1 3/4 airfoil.
That's better.
That's but
So
the
I
root.
end up there's 1 3/4 at the root,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but it's only
that's much
49
better.
span.
I don't have a problem with that. That's fine.
Yeah, and make it like one and a quarter on the tip.
I ended up at 1 3/8 at the top.
No, just make it one
And
and a
that's just
quarter at the tip.
Yeah, that's just where my drawing ended up. I could change it if I want.
Yeah, you haven't started building it, so just reduce the tip a hair.
Yeah.
Well, I've already cut all the pieces, but
Oh,
it's
have you?
going to
Okay.
be built the way
Okay.
I built it. So,
Well,
regardless of what you
Jeff,
say, okay, yeah.
Jeff, I understand. This is your baby. This is your design, and you build it the way you want. But take a
For
listen
sure.
to what these guys are saying for the second one.
Got great ideas.
Yeah, that's all we're trying to do is give ideas. We're not trying to say, oh, that we know the right way to do it necessarily. We're just saying
No.
this is what you might want to try.
Yes. Yeah.
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 Well, I'm thinking Tran is on the right track by doing the thinner airfoils, partly because I'm doing a smaller airplane.
Yeah.
I'm doing a 49
Yeah.
49-inch wingspan for a Fox 35.
Jeff,
I don't
the
want
idea, yeah. My philosophy would be for building, deciding on airfoils and thickness and stuff like that. If your plane comes with a nose down and you can control that speed on a down line, right?
Or later it's going to talk.
There we go. Live
There we
streaming.
go.
Okay. Yeah, got it. Okay, we're good to go.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So my
Tom, you still there?
philosophy is make the wing as thin as you can possibly can, as long as the plane is not charging on a down line. Keep it relatively thin, right? And another philosophy that I have is the tail, the horizontal, move it as far back as long as the plane balances out, and and far up as well, to get that elevator to fly in the clean air. And both of them is going to be just a benefit. I mean, the corner is going to be there, the tracking is going to be there, because if the elevator flies in turbulent air, it's not going to want to track.
You know
Right.
what?
So,
In
and
all, in
go
all
ahead.
honesty, in all honesty, Train, that's great advice. But I have never had a long-tailed airplane work good for me. In my opinion, I mean, your opinion is one thing, my opinion is another.
Of
You can
course, yeah,
fly.
yeah.
I've never had a long-tailed airplane work good for me.
Unless, I can be a devil's advocate, right? Because it doesn't matter what. I mean, as long as the plane is built straight, it's decent in design, right? And stuff like
Oh
that.
yeah, yeah.
You can
There's
make
no
you,
such
you can
thing as a
make
good
any
or a
You can
bad
make
plane.
it work.
yeah,
Exactly.
you can make any plane fly to your specifications, right? If you want more
Yeah, you
corner, you add more tail weight, right? Or
Exactly.
space up the
Just
handle a little bit, right? Uh,
hmm
exactly. It's all in the
there's
setup.
exactly. Now the difference, the big difference that you're gonna see is when you fly in calm weather and then in very windy weather. Now, if you fly in a calm weather, you fly one plane, and when the wind starts to blow, you have a completely different plane up in the air. That's all in the setup, even though you never change anything to them, right? So, so some planes that in calm weather may perform nicely, and are a little bit on the nose heavy side. In a windy weather, they will not turn. You can beg them, and they will not turn. Okay, so that's the difference over there. If you can get a plane to fly in windy weather, very similar to the plane that you fly in calm weather, without doing any changes, you're golden there.
You're on the game.
Well,
Yeah.
the biggest problem I've ever had with my airplanes is I hand them off to somebody else and they say this thing's way too sensitive. I can't control it.
Mhm.
And I'm like, okay,
That's
well, I'll
that's
take it.
nothing. That is nothing. That's your
Doesn't
flying
mean
style. It's your preference, right? It's
Yeah,
if they
if
have
you like it and it feels good to you, then it doesn't matter.
exactly. Yeah. Yep.
I like them touchy.
A lot of people fly my planes and figure they're not sensitive enough.
Hmm.
Then again, I like to fly that airplane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to fly something that is controllable because I'm so used to my stuff that's just like out of line.
Yeah. It's
Most of
it's
my
just
stuff flies more light streak than anything else, except my old Noblers. My old Noblers are the only airplanes that ever flew like stunt ships.
yeah. It's yeah. When you have a plane that's absolutely effortless anywhere, anything you do with it, it just you have
That's what
something.
you want. That's what you want. When you don't have to work hard to make it do what you want it to do, it sure
Hmm.
makes life a lot better when you're flying.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fun.
That's my Fox 35.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah. I am. I'm
Nobler, the
going.
Fox 35. Let go of it. I'll just fly it. Just let go.
Hey, you
Yeah.
guys,
No,
you guys want to continue on with the? I want to
Yeah.
hear what Steve
Sure.
Yeah,
McBride.
let's get somebody else to talk. Good. Go for
Steve,
it.
tell me about your planes as far as these planes
Steve McBride.
that were pivotal in your life, and then like a new epiphany, and then you went on to another plane and it flew better, and next
The
one flew
best
better.
one.
What ultimately was your best plane and why, Steve McBride?
I
Steve.
don't I don't think he's on. I
He's,
think he's
he's
off or
black and
something.
white. Yeah, he's
Okay.
black and white. Well, I
I
can
don't
talk
think
about mine.
I don't think Tom's with us anymore either.
No.
All right, well, let me go back to my first plane was the Cox PT-19. Of course, that's to me is a piece of junk. And then I built a jumping bean, and then my jumping bean was like, wow, I couldn't believe what a wooden plane, how good a wooden plane flew, blew me away. Then I built a little wizard, a little bit better, and then the next big plane, or my first big plane, was a magician. I had a magician, and I had a Super Tiger 35C
Awesome.
engine on there, and I had a prior to that, all my planes had no mufflers, and I bought a Tatone muffler, and I put that
Okay.
Tatone muffler on that Super Tiger 35, and I just loved the sound. It was just so smooth
Gorgeous.
and quiet. And then the Magician, I put the flaps on it, and that was my first plane with flaps, and I just enjoyed flying that Magician. I thought that was the biggest plane in the world too.
So did I.
So awesome. And it was so awesome that when I crashed it, I think I destroyed one of the wing panels. I got another Magician kit, and I just built the wing and installed that in the fuselage and kept on down the road. And
Is that the inboard wing was like 3 inches longer?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. It's the Midwest. Yeah, the Midwest kit. Yeah, the one that's actually bigger than the Jim Sahavi
That's
Midwest.
right. Yeah, the big one. Yeah, the big one. That's right.
I remember flying 45 degrees and hitting down, and it like aileron away from me like crazy. And it's just like, holy cow, where's this thing going?
Well, that was my best plane as a kid. I couldn't believe how good the Magician was. And then the next plane that was spectacular to me was my. I did build a Fancherized Twister, and to me that plane flew on rails. It was just
yeah.
I still don't understand what franchise is.
Get a plan for that, and you'll see.
It's got a couple of inches longer tail, and it's got half ribs in between all of the
Main ribs.
original ribs. Yeah, and it's got big, heavy. I mean, not heavy, but it's got big, strong cheeks on both sides. Mine, the Walter Rumlin Fancherized Twister. It's got big, fat cheeks on both inboard, and outboard. And it's also got kind of a ridged turtle deck all the way up the top of the fuselage. Besides that, it's shaped much prettier, and it doesn't look stupid like the Sig Twister does.
Yeah, and the reason for the cheek cowls is to dampen the engine vibration so you get a better motor run.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And
it also has more span on the stab and elevator.
Most definitely.
Yeah, it's got a lot bigger stab.
2 inches on each side.
If anybody.
So then after that,
or no, maybe 1 inch each side. I can't remember.
Yeah, you're right. 1 inch.
Yeah, 1 inch on each side. So you're 16 inches out, or 15. I'm sorry.
You're talking about the stab.
What's that?
Are you talking about the stab width? The stab span?
No.
The span.
Me?
The span.
Okay.
So the span is lengthened 1 inch on either side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think the original span is 14 inches, so that brings it up to 16.
Yeah, great flying
plane.
Yeah.
I have one. I'll go down and measure it.
Yeah, but the Sig Twister looks like a Mustang with the flu.
Stock Twister's an ugly son of a bitch.
I think it's an ugly plane too. It is. I think the Ringmaster is another but ugly airplane.
Yeah.
The Ringmaster is a fucking pig too.
Yeah, it's an ugly plane. I hate the silhouette of it when I'm flying it. But after I flew the Twister, Fancherized Twister, a friend of mine gave me his Nobler ARF, and when he gave it to me, his plane with the OS Max 40 FP, it was too nose heavy to turn. I put a Super Tiger 46 in it, but I moved it all the way back against the firewall, for lack of better words, and that plane just by happenstance happened to turn and then be flat. And that was the first plane I had ever seen or ever had in my hand that actually would turn and then be flat right out of the corner. And it was relatively effortlessly. I mean, anywhere I wanted to come out, it would just come out flat, no bobble or nothing. And unfortunately, it had all stock components in it. So when I was doing an overhead 8, the clevis on stock Chinese clevis, the pin on it broke, and the plane went across the circle and went full speed into the deck and destroyed the plane. But
God.
that plane was my first plane that actually turned flat. I never experienced that. It was unbelievable. I'm still actually pursuing that feeling. That was a unique plane. For some reason, it just came together well and
I
worked. But
forgot what you
unfortunately,
said. I forgot what you said it was. What kind of plane?
that was a Nobler ARF that was given to
Oh,
me,
no, okay.
and the engine was originally drilled pretty far, uh, front, really close to the end of the fuselage in the front, and it
Yeah,
made it nose heavy, wouldn't turn. And when I put my Super Tiger 46 in there, I pushed it all the way back as far as I could go, and it just happened to be perfect, and the plane just turned unbelievable.
great.
And
Charles, is that
then
the one you had in a video?
no, actually, I wish it was. No, the one in the video, I actually built that one. And, I mean, that was an RF2, but I pretty much went through the whole thing. And that one did not fly as well as the one that I'm talking about. Yeah, the one I'm talking about was totally stock. The guy put it together overnight, and it was totally stock. Mine had gone through it completely, and it flew okay, but it wasn't nothing like the ARF, which is so odd. Um, then a friend of mine gave me an imitation, and that was the first plane that I ever experienced where it could be so stable. I mean, it didn't go anywhere. It was just stable, stayed flat, level. And then when you gave it up, it could turn on its tail. I mean, I had never ever experienced, and it was a big plane. The imitation is a big profile. I mean, and the one that I had a Super Tiger 60 on it, and that still is between Sparky's Junar XL and that imitation. Those are my two favorite planes that I've ever flown. Of course, even though I've flown my Red Strega a lot, those two planes, the imitation and Sparky's plane, I held in high regard. And Sparky's plane, I've only I think I did 2 or 3 patterns before I competed with it, so I really didn't get a chance um, to really get that plane trimmed out for my personal thing. And but those are the two best planes. And the Sparky's plane, it just blew me away how well it handled in the wind. It was windy
Mhm.
when I flew at the Nats, and I was just scared. I thought the wind was going to knock all over the place, and that plane. You back, Steve?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, cool.
I was
Anyways,
hearing you. I was hearing you. Well, I was. You guys couldn't see me.
yeah, we asked for your opinion about your plane.
Yeah, I
And
was
what
talking, and all of a sudden
We
I
didn't
got
hear
to
you.
stop.
Oh, we didn't
I
hear
was
nothing.
talking, and you got stopped there. Best plane
Yeah.
I've seen you fly, though, Charles, was that Junar. That was
Yeah,
one of the best planes I've ever seen you do.
yeah, that was it's a very good flying plane, and unfortunately, I really did not get a chance to see how good it flew, because of course I was babysitting that plane, and my highest priority was to make sure I get it back to Sparky in one piece. I did not want
Oh,
to say
shit.
I'm
What?
sorry. I did not want to apologize. I wanted to make sure he got that plane. That was my number one priority, and so I flew it like that.
You should ask him how much you wanted for it and bought it from
Oh,
him.
I did
You
ask him.
flew
He said
that plane great.
3,000. You wanted $3,000.
That plane flew worth $3,000.
Yeah, but I
I don't
don't
know.
have $3,000.
I thought Charles did a damn good job with his Olympic weighted arrows that day. Well, I was there.
Yeah, I did fly pretty good. I still have the Olympic. I want to make an adjustment to the push rod coming from the bell crank. It's to me it's I need I forgot what I have some notes. I have a flight log for every plane, but I want to adjust it, and I kind of get.
Just I, you can do you can. I mean, this is your deal. You can do what you want to. My deal is when I fly a plane, I figure out how it flies, and I just fly it for what it is, and I just write it off. And then if I take it out, I fly it. Okay, this is how it's gonna fly, and I just fly it for what it is.
Oh yeah, I'm always pushing. I want more and more and more out of a plane. And
Well,
once you've flown a plane that flies as good as that imitation and that Junar, you just can't stop. I mean, when I came back from the Nats, I didn't like any of my airplanes. I mean, thank God some time has expired since July, and now I'm
okay,
flying my planes again.
okay,
But when I came
okay,
back in July, I could not stand any of my airplanes. I
okay.
hated all of them.
Giving that mentality right there that you know right now. Stop buying kits.
Oh,
Take
absolutely.
a
Oh, yeah.
pencil and draw your wing on it. Draw your wing. Lay out your ribs. Cut all your pieces. Just like Sparky does. It's not that hard to do.
Yeah,
If you
I
need
understand.
help with it, me.
I
I
understand you,
know
but
how
it
to
takes
do it.
time to evolve a design, and I'd rather have something that's tried and true because I'm more into competing right now, and as opposed to developing a design, and it takes time to develop a design. I mean, Sparky's built
Most
three
definitely.
Lunars, and they're
Okay,
all close, but they're all different.
Yeah,
Now,
so
okay,
just build a proven design.
yeah, that's why I'm building the Strager right now. It's a proven design. I mean, out here in California, the West Coast,
the
there's kind of a
straight.
bias against it, but I like the Strager because I'm the big guy. You guys saw me at the Nats. I mean, I'm 5'5", 220. I can handle a big plane. I mean, it's no
Most
big deal to me.
definitely.
Charles,
And
how
they
is the
don't fly.
It's easy.
Charles, how is the weather over there usually? Kind of windy or calm or no?
Oh, we have stunt heaven most of the year. I mean, it's like,
Hmm.
um, I mean, the problem with the weather out here is that when you come face to face with strong winds and all that, it's kind of a challenge. So what
Yeah.
I've done is um, I kind of fly late into the day where I can get some wind and feel it and get used to it, get some confidence to make sure that when I with come against wind, I've actually had some familiarity with it. But
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
really nice.
yeah,
Today was 5 mile an hour winds.
Yeah.
Where I flew today, it's
Hmm.
5 mile an hour
yeah.
winds. I mean,
Hey, Train, out in California, when it gets cold, it's like 51 degrees.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Today
I
was
lived there
48.
in
I was back.
on Edwards Air Force Base when I was in California.
All right,
Yeah.
John. See when you get back. So,
All right.
who was next? I know that Triumph. We know your Revolution is the best thing you've ever flown in your life.
Yeah. Well, all I flew before.
How about Rusty? We haven't
All
heard
I,
from Rusty about all the
I've,
Yeah,
stuff.
let's
yeah,
see
I've
what
flown.
Rusty has to say.
Well, I started flying stunt in 2013. That was when I reluctantly took an old bashed up shoestring home because one of the club guys wanted me to fly something bigger than half A. And until just about that time, I guess academically, I knew there were bigger things than half A. I'd been flying since I was 12, never flew with anybody. So anyway, he was going to fly it first, and he let go of the handle, and it crashed. And so he cussed and
Oh,
put the engine in the tank and gave me the sack full of parts, and I brought it home and I flew that thing all summer of 2013 long, and decided that's when I had just joined out at Fort Jackson and met Wayne Robinson, who was the other control liner in the Jackson Flyers. So we kind of got together and were friends, and he started teaching me how to fly. I thought he was a great expert. It turns out he was just intermediate at the time, but hey, it was a whole lot more coaching than I'd ever had before. And that shoestring did not have any bad habits as far as being erratic goes, but it was set up with controls that resembled a half A looking back. But I didn't know any better because
well, of
I'd been
course.
flying half A since I was 12. I said, okay, that's what a control line plane's supposed to feel like. This is just a bigger version that pulls harder. And I had a Thunder Tiger Pro 25 with a way too big Venturi on it, and that thing sputtered and coughed and cut out at the top of every loop, and I did that all summer long. And
Yeah, because you didn't know any better. It's all good.
that's right. And I took it to Huntersville that October and came in third. And
Very good.
I
That's
think,
phenomenal.
let's see, I got a second and a first and second. Now, I think I flew a third place that time, but I came home with a piece of wood, you know.
All
And
right.
that shoestring's still out in the shop, and I still fly it once in a while to warm up. And it is the only stunt ship I've got that is still pretty because I did a nice job of fixing it up. It's probably heavy, but I don't remember what it weighs, like 32 or something like that. But it's got a Max S35 on it now, and it's got tall control horns. So that just turned it into a fun little plane to fly, but I couldn't fly a winning pattern for shit with it if I had to. It's just still.
Hey, you still got a second and a third or something with it. It's pretty good. That's
Yeah,
good.
it's quick. But that was the only contest it flew in. I built a Sig Skyray after that, only I kit bashed it into the Osprey. If y'all have seen that picture, probably it looks just like a flight streak. If you don't know that a Skyray 35 kit is a couple of inches longer in the fuselage, and so it's kind of like a fancerized flight streak, you know, something like that.
Right.
I did all the wing areas the same, the stab tail area are the same. They're just shaped as far as square inches goes, but it's shaped like a flight streak. And
Okay.
I had an FP25 on it, and it flew really good. I put all the ribs in it. I didn't have any half ribs yet. I cut them out of contest also, and I
Okay.
came in second place the next spring, that May following the October, where I came in third. No, that must no. I flew an old beat up Skyray called Dirty Bird in that contest. That's right. That was actually a pretty good plane. The Osprey I used it when I graduated to intermediate because I won
Okay.
that contest in May with that old Dirty Bird, and
Okay.
the Osprey was pretty good. But I still sucked at the pattern. My shapes were awful. My pullouts were porpoises, and I flew way too freaking fast. I was like flying 4.8, 4 point, like speeds like
Very
that.
fast. Yeah.
And well, I was showing off at the fort. I think I came in second against Shug. Shug Emery took first, and I took second.
Very
Um,
good.
Okay.
and then after that, let's see. I had a ARF Cardinal. I'd always seen it hanging in Watt's shop and thinking, damn, I'd love to have a plane like that someday. And it appeared in Wayne's car one day. He brought it to me and gave it to me. And so I flew that, and that was a good damn flying plane until the flaps came off in the middle of a square because it was fuel soaked, and
That's a shame.
it just let go. But I won first place. That my big glass trophy back there in Huntersville, and not Huntersville, at a Triple Tree at the Joe Nall contest with
That's
that
awesome.
Cardinal. And I flew it well. I'd have to say that was probably the most comfortable I've ever been with an airplane, the LA-46. And then I was building a twister, a Walt Umlin fancherized twister. And when I really started to lock, and I hobbled around all summer, just hard. I never ever in my life have been able to fly more than 5 flights in a practice session. And by then I was flying 2 flights in a practice session 2 times a month. And so
Okay.
the twister, not the Sig twister, the Walter Umlin fancherized twister. I was flying it, and I finally started locking bottoms and flying really good shapes and a lot of over 30 point maneuvers. Finally
Outstanding.
in my life. And so I was, I won a first place intermediates, I think. And let's see, I think I got the timeline right. But okay, so that twister, I've been able to do more. I said I was most comfortable with the Cardinal, but I was able to do more with the twister, but the Cardinal was gone. So I never was quite as comfortable with it. But at that time, I couldn't feel the handle. My fingers were letting it slip, and I wouldn't know it until it was hanging on the lanyard and shit like that. And I think I would have finally gotten it. I finally locked in on how to fly the pattern with that plane. I was loading it in the car the night that my hip first broke to go fly advanced first time, because after Triple Tree, I had flown a borrowed plane, this particular Triple Tree, and came in second place in intermediate. And
That's damn
let's
good.
see, yeah. Okay, all that summer is when I started flying the Twister. I had to rebuild a wing
Okay.
for it. That's why it was out of commission
Okay.
for a while. But yeah, I was starting to lock in, and doing really well. But like I said, I only got to practice a handful of times every month, and so that's where I was. I think I would have belonged in intermediate after the next season of it. I would have flown in intermediate this time, but I think I would have belonged in intermediate one contest later. But I've been down ever since then. So that's my two choices: is the Twister the best plane I ever flew, or is the Cardinal the best plane I ever flew? And I always loved flying the Cardinal. I was comfortable with it. It had a LA-46 on it. It was just a
That's why
kitten. It was a mean kitten, but damn that
I've been
I've had
competing with. Yeah, I understand that Cardinal with an LA-46 is one of the best profile airplanes out there, and I'll put it up against just about anybody except Joe
yeah.
Gilbert or one of the
And
top-notch guys.
That was an old gooky RF too, and that's why I'm building a Cardinal. Have been for the past 2 years. It hadn't touched it, but um, I'm I'm gonna get it back.
That's awesome.
But that's the reason I'm building a Cardinal now. So
Oh yeah, it's
Well,
a
see,
good choice.
that's the exact same feeling I had about the exact same two planes. I flew a Twister with a 40 FP on it that flew very well, and I also
Yep.
flew a Cardinal 40 also with a 40 FP on it. And
Yep.
and of the two, I like the Cardinal better.
I agree.
really, yeah, I forgot to mention my Twister had a FP40 on it.
That doesn't, it's close enough. Yeah, I
The
think
Twister was
so
always my favorite airplane until I flew a Cardinal.
the profile, the
Then I,
40.
yeah,
I
Yeah,
did it in reverse order. I flew the Cardinal first and loved it, and
yeah,
then the Twister. So
yeah. The 40 Cardinal, it's a very very nice plane.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking for the new kid in town. I'm bringing in the junkyard dog, all built for a Fox 35. And I know everybody hates Fox 35s, but that's okay. It's my favorite engine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fly.
Good, good.
Somehow, if you get a chance, though,
What? Yeah.
Jeff, if you
Yeah.
ever get a chance, though, I want you to promise me one thing. I want you to try flying a Cardinal with an LA-46 that is well trimmed, and
Only if
then
I
you
can.
tell me what you think. Okay, that's a profile.
Only if I
What
can
about
fly
Connor
you.
with
I'm
an
sorry, I didn't hear.
LA-46?
I want you to try one and see what you think. That's well trimmed.
Hey, Lynn, I will
You
fly a
know,
Cardinal
like
Yeah.
just saying,
if I can fly
Whoops.
your Cardinal with a 46.
I'll gladly let you do that if we ever meet. I will gladly let you do that.
Hopefully, we'll be at Brodax next year.
I won't be able to make it this coming year,
Damn, and
but
that's
that's unfortunate.
I'm not.
Well, but hold on. There's a chance. We're still talking about possibly going and flying in CLPA. So if we come, I will bring that Cardinal, the profile Cardinal, and you can fly it.
CLPA. I'm gonna be flying the junkyard dog.
All right. Okay.
Steve,
Sounds
you're
good.
up.
we'll fly well with an LA-46.
Steven, you're up.
My airplane.
Yeah.
Oh, best
Your
airplane I ever, and I still have it, that I ever flew and still do fly. Based on, it wouldn't matter whether I was flying in dead air, really nice winds, or 25-mile-an-hour winds. The plane reacted and was right there. Was a Brodak Blue Angel with an ST-51 worked by Tom Lay. That's the best airplane I've ever seen, and the amazing reaction on that airplane for that. And I fly that in classic or pamphlet, but that's the best airplane I ever had. That and I feel the most confident and most reliable too. And any type of air condition, any type of winds, any type of air or climate controls. Other than that, best airplane I've had other than that was my first time machine that I had from a Tom Dixon. A
Good
time machine,
airplane.
really nice airplane, and I like that airplane. It's a point and put airplane, really nice, excellent corner, good turn, very confident airplane to fly, and that was the one I really liked to that point.
A big one or a 40 size?
The big 60 size.
Okay, awesome.
The Time Machine 60.
Yep, gotcha.
Right. It was a full size. It was a full size Time Machine 60. With the 90% pattern master. And that airplane, it's an excellent point and put airplane. I flew that originally with an ST-60. The plane was immaculate. I fly it now with a PA-61, and the plane's even more reactive and incredible. And very reliable.
Big Jim would be proud of you.
Yeah, I flew crap planes until I got tired of them, and then it was like a balsa wood profile with a balsa doublers, so it was vibrating like mad. Never had a good engine run on it. I mean, the plane was it flew decent, right? But the engine run was just crap.
Yeah, that's
And then I just moved up to the SV12, and I parked over there. I just built a few of them. And then I bought an ARF Strega, which I still have, and Revolutions. But SV was a very, very decent plane. Perhaps my second most favorite one.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, any of the SV12s, Katanas, whatever you want to call it, any of those.
The train. Does your ARF Strega weigh as much as your truck? Like mine
Yes, it does. More.
Mine
Well, the deal is,
I cut a ton of wood out of mine, and I don't know.
yeah,
if
but
it's anymore.
Keep in mind, though, guys, if you really want to fly a Strega, and Charles will agree with me, you need at least a Rojet 76 in it, or something with some serious power with a 14-inch prop. You're not going to fly it with a 60. It's not going to happen.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what,
I had the 65 tune pipe on mine.
Yeah, exactly. You need some serious power to fly that.
If I'm going to fly a Strega, I better gain about 85 pounds.
Yeah.
I'm nowhere close to that. I'm lucky to weigh in at 100 pounds.
Yeah. Jeff, you probably just love to fly the Revolutions. It's probably set up on your taste too.
Why do you think I like 35s?
No, it's set up. No. I'm telling you, it's not pulling that hard. It's not excessive on the pull, right? So you'll become very comfortable with that, right? And another thing is like it's quick on the controls, like you like them. It's very fast.
Yeah, kind of a flight streak-ish.
No way.
So to speak.
You're absolutely right. You try to fly.
Well, flight streak's quick on the controls.
Trust me on this one. Trust me, sir. With a flight streak, you can see the plane turning. With this one, it disappears out of line of sight and it appears on the other side already turned. It's that quick.
I guarantee you I would.
It's wicked. It's wicked.
I guarantee you I'd do that airplane. It's way beyond me.
Hey, Jeff, your daughter, Samantha, likes the Revolution. She's a small girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she flew it in a wind.
There you go. It's all about the setup.
So.
Yeah.
Then again, Then, okay, if I'm gonna fly airplanes, why should I build my own?
No, I mean,
See
I'm
if
just
you can
saying
do
that.
one better.
I'm
I
just
think
saying that.
I think the
Pull that
best part
apart.
of the hobby is not just sharing your equipment with someone else. Hey, go grab my handle, just go fly. Enjoy it. Or
I
you fly my
agree.
plane, I fly
I
yours, and
said,
stuff like that.
Yeah, I
I
love
think
when
it's,
other
I
people
think.
fly my planes.
yeah, me too. I
I'm
absolutely
the
enjoy
same
it.
way. Yeah, I love it when other people fly my plane because they get to see what I've seen and feel what I've felt,
Yeah,
and then tell me what they think.
yeah.
Right,
It's
but you
like
know
just
what?
want to say,
The only
I
time
had
flight
so many I had so many guys flying my plane. Uh, Most some notable ones are Danny Banjak. He flew it, and he goes like, man, I can get used to this. He goes after that.
I
Um,
can hear him say that. Yeah, it sounds like
I
him.
can hear him saying that. Yes.
yeah. Um,
Danny got that.
Joe Gilbert, right? Joe Gilbert flew it when he had the contest here this year, right? So before the contest, he said, "You want to fly it?" I said, "Yeah, sure. Here, have it." So I put a battery in the plane. He flew it, and he was e-highing over there doing hourglasses.
Wow, that's
and
pretty
and
impressive.
he landed the plane. He says, "Man, this is the best electric plane I ever flew my whole life." He goes like that. Who else? Fitzgerald, Derek Berry, they both flew it at the triple tree. They helped me trim it out, stuff like that. And then, the Derek said, I hit as hard as I could. It's just nothing. It's effortless. It's just
well,
Fitzgerald
Nobody.
likely to that, but they all they're both. And if you think about this, Derek has very hot controls, like on his handle. It just takes finesse to fly his planes, right? Because it's very very touchy, right?
Very
And
sensitive. Yeah.
yeah, but he's used to a certain turn rate to his plane would like to give it up and down. There's like look at that cadence, that he's using. So
oh,
when he was doing that with mine, it would overturn it by about 5 to 10 degrees and then correct it again, and then corner it again, overturn and correct again. Because it's just like he was turning just too fast for what he's used to. But that
Right.
doesn't mean it doesn't do loops nicely. It does loops very nicely because it's very docile on the center, around the center. It's set
Yeah.
up like that. It has a lot of X point controls right now, and so around the center is very docile. It's very calm and composed, and it's easy to track on the loops and stuff like that. But as soon as you start to move the handle, you just push it in a corner, the plane just boom. I mean, it's like this in a flight. I'm flying here. I'm turning. I'm flying, and now I'm turning. I mean, if you can imagine the squares with those long straights on them. I mean,
Cool.
because
Why don't you come out to
well,
California and fly my Nobler? Come on out.
I'll next time I come to California, I'll make sure that I stop and fly your number.
You
Yeah, when you
can
come out to
see it.
Stop
California,
by.
Cool State,
moving up
yeah,
now, like,
Come to the
that's why I
nest,
got that Patriot. That Patriot's just like that Blue Angel that I had, and that Patriot really works nice.
Next time hey, Trent, next time you go to Vegas, I'm sure Steve's got a plane for you too.
Mm-hmm.
Come to Vegas, I'll have a plane for you. Trent, you
Yeah,
want to
no
come to
worries.
Vegas? I'll have a plane for you.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter. I
It'll
mean,
be
yeah,
cool,
your
yeah.
plane's great. I get it. Your plane's awesome. So what? Okay, cool.
I can,
and then let me
yeah.
tell you guys
Now,
Fly out.
now, speaking of Vegas, I got the
Yeah.
property again, and I got the hotel set up again, which I'm getting more rooms set up this year than I did for this past contest, and we're set up for November 6th, 7th, and 8th.
You're going
Mhm.
in
All right.
November again?
What's that? November 6th, 7th, and 8th. We're running the contest again. November 6th is the practice date. 7th and 8th is the contest dates. We're also going to add old time stunt, and we're going to add Super 70s.
Wow. Okay.
We got enough. We have enough room. We got enough room. We got enough property on there. I got all my permission and everything taken care of already with property owners out there. I got the rooms already reserved and set up. So that's all being taken care of in the works. Now, only because I'm expanding the event, I need to get a little bit more help to work in the event, judging the event.
Hey, Stephen,
Steve?
Stephen,
Yeah.
what happened?
Yes.
One of the things to think about, we've done it around, and they do it at VSC, and that is run your classic and your super 70s together in front of the same judges.
Right.
You
Most
you don't have to
definitely.
have an extra pair of judges,
Okay.
and that way you can directly see how the old classics fly against the super 70s.
That's
You
exactly
know,
what they do at Brodex too.
So
Yeah.
that's what I was saying. If you see, they were doing that. So you run your classic and super 70s with the same
Together.
judges.
at the
Same
same
judges.
time,
Yeah. Same
same
time.
circle in front of the same.
It's just they score you in whichever event you're flying.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
Yeah,
I can put the
they-
old time circle. I can put old time on the other circle then. I can
Yeah.
put old time stunt on the other circle and have that set up because Sunday I got all classes of tempo. So that sounds like a good idea. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
You told me
You
that.
bet.
I'm really into doing that.
Ink me in now for my Nobler on Saturday.
But mark it on your calendar now. Mark it on your calendar. November 6th, 7th, and 8th.
November 6th.
2020.
Okay.
It's going to be an incredible event. Look at the write-ups that are and the pictures that are put on Stunthangar about this past year's event that we just ran, and the compliments and the comments there. What's it? You saw them?
My stepbrother lives about 5 blocks from where your flying field is, and he went over and took pictures and sent them to me and said, "Look, dipshit, this is what you missed."
This was a hell of an event. It was a hell of an event. You couldn't ask for better. The flying site was great. The weather was immaculate. You couldn't ask for better weather any day.
Jason said the flying was incredible. He said the guys flying were unbelievable.
Yep.
Wow.
He said everybody flying was incredible.
We had an excellent turnout. We had a great time out there. The people had a great time. The rooms that I have reserved, and I want people to understand this too when you're going to book your room. This is a 5-star hotel. It is a resort hotel. The rooms normally, if you were to stay there, are $350.
And they're going to cost us $10, right?
They were $69.
Come on.
$69
69.
for
That's phenomenal.
$350 room.
Hey,
They came with jacuzzis, balconies, 2 beds. Some had additional rooms to them. They full master baths with spas in them. You got additional
Vegas in
complimentary. What's that?
Hey, Charles, you want to go to Vegas in November?
You know what? Let's go. We did it on last year. Let's
They
go.
gave you complimentary use of their spa and full spa and gym equipment. You got that complimentary with it. Plus, they had food and meal deals there. You couldn't ask for better. You got more than your $69 back just by going. This year, because I'm going with larger rooms, I have a larger blocked room rate. The rates do change a little bit. Right now, I'm set at about $90 a night, and you can't beat it. You're getting the same deal back with comps.
What do you think,
right.
Charles? Let's set it up right now. Let's get it going on.
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
I'm gonna be posting it. I'm gonna be setting it up and telling people how to book and make your reservations. I'm gonna be having it fully blocked for so many rooms. So I would like to know how many people are going and doing a pre-registration, so I can block out as many rooms as I do need. Right now, I'm gonna be asking for about 20 to 25 rooms. So if I need more, I need to know by pre-registration. So I'm also gonna look for people to start looking as I post this, to start doing a pre-registration. Let me know that you're attending and you are coming, so I get this room set up for everybody. I don't want it to come where some people did get a little disappointed. They tried to book their room on a Thursday, saying I'm going to be there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Well, you can't do that here in Vegas because other events are always going on here as well, so the rooms book up.
Well, I'm gonna be in Vegas for the South Point 400 anyway.
So you definitely want to be here. Plus the entertainment. You bring the wives out here. You have something to do, and that's what people said. This is finally a contest I could bring my wife to or my girlfriend to, and we had something fun to do for them. Instead of
Very good,
that you went back to the hotel room and you thought, what am I going to do now for the rest of the night until I fly tomorrow? And you had really one.
You mean nobody's wife flies control line like mine? Come on now.
I know. See, you got the hottest wife, Lynn.
I don't know about that.
Gerald, you and Gerald have the hottest wives.
I'll have to tell. I'll pass that on tomorrow.
Yeah, you and Gerald, man, you guys got it going on.
I got the hottest wife.
Oh, there you go.
That's in the 60 and over.
Not here, right? You bring them out here, you're going to have greatest.
So does Holly fly?
Well, put her on here. Let's see.
Does Holly fly wrestling? See, that's what I'm talking about. Gerald and Lynn's wife flies. That's
yeah, that's right. No, sorry. I guess I'm
Yeah, my wife flies too.
Gerald's wife and Gerald's sister-in-law flies, so Gerald really has it going on. Hey, I want to share a story with you guys. I want to share something with you. You guys might not realize this, but even though Sparky let me fly his plane, when we're driving to the Nats, right? We got the two Junars in the back, right? And Sparky's telling me, he goes, Charles, I want you to know I can't watch you fly. You know, I can't watch you fly the Junar. So anyways, so there's a video. It's on my channel. If you watch the video, because Sparky's filming me fly his Junar, this is probably the first time he actually watched me fly it that whole week. And after I finished the four-leaf clover with a sigh of relief, he goes, and that was Charles Carter.
I didn't realize you flew that plane all week.
Yeah, flew Junar all week.
Wow. I thought like maybe you flew it once or something. Wow, that's amazing.
You have to understand, when I got the plane from Sparky, I thought that this was his handle, that he had it all adjusted, but it wasn't. So he had a handle on there when I flew it, and thank God that I didn't just go do a reverse wing over, or so it would have went splat. That handle he had on there wasn't right. And
so he was expecting you to adjust it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I ended up, after a while, I realized that, you know what? Forget this handle. I had brought a handle. All I brought to the Nats was my one of my spare handles and some clips. So then I started adjusting my handle. So it took me most of Tuesday to get my handle adjusted. And
the
even
way you wanted it.
Yeah, you know, and even like what Trine was talking about, I needed to adjust the plane so that when it came out of the corner, it didn't hop, you know?
Jump, yes, so it didn't jump.
The legs on my handle, it took a lot of adjustment. So I actually did 2 patterns Tuesday, and then my first official was Wednesday morning with no practice.
Oh my gosh.
I wasn't
Charles,
ready.
Where is that video, Charles?
Oh, it's the Nats video of me on my channel.
What's the title on it?
What's your channel?
I think it's 2019. Oh, my channel is Flying Control Line Stunt.
It's on there.
Flying Control Line Stunt, and it's the 2019 Nationals. I think.
I gotta look for that. Yeah, I'm subscribed to your channel.
John,
you gotta hear it. Yes, you know, if you know, with you know, last year I couldn't go because of the expense of the Nats. I'm still paying for the Nats, by the way. But we'll see about the
in more ways than one.
Yeah. So Yeah, that's why I couldn't make it to Vegas, but hopefully I'll still be able to do Vegas and Golden State this year. So yeah, definitely. Plus plus with my new Strega, I'm I'm just hoping to come and you know and bring it. So I'm hoping to bring it this
How
year.
far along are you with that?
Oh my God, I shouldn't even brought it up.
Now you're in trouble.
You got to quit piling stuff on it so you forget about it.
I know. But I got to get those things done. I will. I get sidetracked, right? It's just excuses. Never mind.
Join the
Anyway,
join the
I'll
club.
get it
We're
done.
all there.
Yeah, I'll get it. I'll get it. If I don't, I'm gonna get another ass kicking with my with my butt whipping with my red Strega because I won't get the appearance points. Um, but yeah. Anyways, I'm looking for. I just wanted to share with you that sigh of relief. You'll hear it in Sparky's voice. It's kind of funny if you know what's going on because he's actually even when you're filming, you really can't see too well, but you do see a little bit when you're filming. You're focused more on trying to get the angle right and all that. But yeah, it's pretty funny when I hear him sigh. You know.
I gotta watch that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Charles, but that's last year. This is this year.
But you're
Finish
putting a
up
nice
with your
light on it.
it.
Thank you.
I'll finish
Yeah.
up the junkyard dog, and we'll go to Vegas. This
Yeah.
time we're
Absolutely.
gonna.
Sounds good.
Hopefully, I don't have any family issues this year.
Yeah. Yeah. And I definitely will see you at the Woody and Arrows a couple times this year. Maybe even Sepulveda, maybe.
Whittier's
You know,
gonna be what in April.
Vegas is
Usually.
the shortest drive to a contest I've got.
Oh, then you should also see you
It's
there
only
then.
400 miles. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
only
John,
400 and some odd miles. Say what?
are you gonna go to Vegas? If you're gonna go to Vegas, I will definitely be there.
Well, then figure I'm being there because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be there. It may
Awesome.
be the only contest I make, but I'll be there.
I will make it.
Awesome.
If you're gonna be there, I will make it a point to take Charles up there.
Awesome.
All
Sounds good.
right.
I will tell Charles, you meet me at my house and we will go meet John. And that's what we're going to do. And if nothing else, we're going to go to dinner.
Sounds
Hey,
good.
that sounds great.
Who really cares if we fly airplanes? We can always bench race and talk
No,
all
no,
we
no, no,
want.
no. I really do care about flying airplanes.
No,
Oh, no. Don't say anything about not.
I'll bring the ringmaster and hopefully I got the junkyard dog ready to go.
Yes, yes.
There you go.
I'll fly
Well, I
my
hope to
49
have,
my 49-inch
I
poplar
hope to have a new airplane.
dog with my tennis shoe
Well, look,
airfoil.
A Fox 35
And a Fox 35 on
with the
5
stuff
gallons
Tuesday.
of
bypass.
caster.
Now, do you stuff the bypass on yours?
I don't know. I got the motor from Sparky. I have no idea what he did.
Does it burp in the outsides?
I've never
Or you're
even
not running out of profile?
heard of this thing yet. Sparky sent it
Okay.
You're not running out.
about. No, I haven't read.
They only burp if you run them on a profile.
Let's see, the 4 Foxes that I've been running. Well, one's on a shoestring, one's on a ringmaster, one's on a magician.
And the last one's on life support.
He's making fun of you.
I didn't say anything.
Come on, Len. Share that
I
comment.
couldn't help it.
Oh, come on, that's okay. You can cut it up and use it for tip weight.
Oh boy. That was all in good fun, Jeff. I know you do. It's all in good fun.
Hey, Lynn, I have a
It
question for you,
doesn't.
Lynn, and I have a question for you, John. I
Go
saw
ahead.
on Shoreline Parts, that Stalker website, they have
Yeah.
a prop that they make. It's a CNC wooden prop. Have you guys ever tried that prop?
I, I had one once. It ran pretty good. I broke it. Yeah. Broke the airplane too. But
Okay.
they
Yeah.
there's an Eiger Burger makes a good prop too. They're very lightweight,
Cool.
and it's nice
How
to
do
have a
you
14-inch prop weighs so little.
now?
Wow.
Cuts down on the recession.
I'm wondering something. I don't know much about CNC machines, but how the hell do you CNC a prop and get all of the angles and curves right? Curves I see, but I mean the compound curves and angles.
Very
That's
Well,
easy.
carefully.
That's easy.
Trian could probably tell us more about that.
What you do, Rusty, you have to have a good CAD file, right?
Yeah.
The CAD file has the shape of the prop. And from there on, it's just relatively simple because you select the surfaces that you want to cut and you put a cut path on them. And the computer
Do you have
calculates
to
everything.
fix the stick at both ends or some way that it can rotate this way while this way and this way? I
Okay.
mean, I'm just trying to
When I
picture.
was making mine, I drilled 3 holes. Boom, 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 right? And then I used these 3 holes, like 2 screws on the end and 1 in the center. And I would cut one side, flip it over, cut the other side, holding the same way the prop.
Yeah.
And then the very last thing that you do, you just trim the ends and
Okay.
just cut the tips off.
I
That's
need
about it.
on CNC machines. I think I just don't know enough about it to ask to where it's not obvious to me. So
Oh,
You
it's
start
this.
off with a 3D drawing.
Yeah,
You
you
start
need
off
a
with a
3D
3D
file.
drawing.
Yeah, if you have a 3D drawing of the prop, the rest is easy.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm hoping to receive that prop in a couple of weeks. So it was $25. I only bought one, but it's 14.2 in diameter, and I think it's 6.7 inches in pitch.
Yep.
And
What kind of wood?
I don't know what it is. I haven't received it yet. Um,
Charles, but you have to marry the prop to your motor. I mean, in my work, that prop might be very good on a Stalker or on Discovery Retro, whatever they're using over there. But
but
when you put it on your
it's
motor,
no, it's the prop for my engine that I have. I have a Stalker 81, and this prop is specifically designed for the Stalker 81.
Okay.
okay, but still, say the prop is designed specifically for your motor, right? But it's
Right.
not designed for your plane. Okay.
That's
Yeah.
right.
All
Yeah,
right.
it
So
gave
when I
great
have the
range.
correct load for the motor, which means it has the correct weight and diameter, right? Now the pitch is what drives the speed on your plane.
Right.
Okay.
It'll
So
either be over or under or right.
exactly. The
What about the
diameter maybe is
environment?
right. It doesn't matter. I don't think so.
What about the environment? You you don't think that makes any difference?
I mean, of course,
Like,
if we fly in Colorado versus a sea level, obvious,
well, yeah, that's extreme. I was just
Yeah.
thinking of variations.
Sure, some variation from one to the next, but
Most definitely.
but you need the props for different situations, right? You go on a high altitude, you might want to fly a little bit faster, so and the motor is not creating as much power, so it's a small diameter, higher pitch as you go higher, right? As you go closer to the seaside, now you have more air density, you can fly slower, and the motor produces more power, so you can use more diameter and lower pitch. So it just depends of on the situation, right?
Right.
So if you say, Charles, that I'm gonna get this prop, it's gonna be perfect, I'm happy, my plane's gonna fly perfect. Well, your guess is as good as mine.
Well, let me
If
tell
it
you something.
happens that If it happens that you get the proper lap time on it and the speed that you actually use and you're looking for, hey, more power to you. You got lucky, you know.
So the description
Because
is
that's what it is. It's luck.
I'm here at the website, and it says the propeller is designed to operate in a range of 6,800 to 7,000 RPM. It works optimally in a 424 mode, perfectly pulls into a strong wind, and brakes well when the plane moves down. It is suitable for an airplane weighing 1,700 grams, which is 61.7 ounces to 77 ounces. My plane is in between that right now. So my plane's in that weight range,
Yeah.
and I usually run my engine sometimes around 6,800 to 7,000
Okay.
RPM. So it's going to be in that range. I'm looking forward to
But
see it. I hope
look at look at the specifications that they give you. They have nothing to do with the speed of the plane. Speed of the plane doesn't depend on the weight. Okay.
I understand, but it's giving
It depends on the shape of the plane. You have two different
Yeah, the
planes, different weights, but the
airfoil, the
same
whole
exact
bit.
shape. They will reach the same maximum speed because the drag on a plane it's always depends on a coefficient of lift, coefficient of drag, right? Multiplied by the surface wing area. It doesn't say how much the weight the weight of the plane, right?
yeah.
But
Well,
you may have a little bit more angle of attack, but just ever so slightly. So it's not big of a difference. You're not flying like this when you're heavy versus that,
right now,
kind of
I,
thing.
mean,
But
I had a flight
so
with a
it
Zor.
depends how well the plane cuts through the wind, right?
I understand,
And
but
yeah,
I've been flying a plane with a Zor 14.6 prop, and it was pretty close to the size of this prop that they're talking about. The prop they're giving
okay,
me is going to be
okay.
14.2 in diameter and
Yeah.
6.7 pitch. I tried today a Zor 14.7, and the
Mhm.
prop was vibrating. I don't know what was going on. I balanced it. I don't know
Was it
if
a wood, an electric prop or a regular prop for
it's a
the
gas prop,
gas prop?
prop, wooden gas prop. Zor. You familiar with
Yeah.
Zor props?
Yes, I run those. Yeah, I like those.
Yeah, they're very nice props. This one particular prop, for some reason, I had high hopes today. I thought it was going to be because the 14.6 was a little bit slow, and so when I ordered this 14.7, I'm thinking this is going to be perfect. Go out there, and the prop is vibrating, and I even balanced the hub, so I don't know what's wrong with this prop. I'm going to see if I can send it back. It must have a defect or something,
Hmm.
because I bounced it the regular way, and then I bounced the hub, and it
Hmm.
still vibrated. I was surprised. Um,
Yeah.
but I'm looking forward to receiving this other one because I don't know how to replicate a 14.2-inch diameter and a 6.7-inch pitch.
Pitch.
It's kind of out of my wheelhouse to do that.
Yeah.
Charles,
Yeah.
Charles, what
Yeah,
when longer you spend in stunt, the more props you will collect.
No
I've got
kidding.
a box load of props, and I've
I
collected
understand.
over
Box load. I got 6 box loads.
I understand. Hey, when I went to Brodax, I bought 33 props at Brodax.
Nice. I
Good
buy that
God.
many at every Brodax.
Hmm.
And I've been to 10 of them.
Wow. I mean, some of them. These prices were unridiculous. I mean, I couldn't. They were giving rev up props for $3. You can't walk
Oh,
away.
exactly. Selling them right on the field. Exactly.
Yeah, I was like, no, I'll
yeah,
take
here's
that.
some. These are rev up props, and this is the extra wide,
What size?
and this is 10.6 extra wide. Here's a 10.6 regular and another 10.6. So there's
How many have you
these two are
got?
10.6s. I don't know. I've got a big box of them. These just happen to be the cats drug them out of the box. So
Wow.
so yeah, I've been hanging on to them though because I really like rev
They're
up
awesome.
props.
Yeah, that's an
They
awesome
are.
prop for Super Tiger 46, right?
What?
The 10? No, you'd probably want
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're good.
wide maybe. I would think you'd want 11-inch props
What more
for
you,
a
Charles? What more you,
46.
11.5, 11.6, perfect.
Yeah.
Which exor prop do you
Anyway,
have? Which kind of exor prop do you have?
Right now,
But
I
you said
have a 14.6 and I have a 14.7.
Which
exor
one? Which kind is PJH, PJ?
Oh, uh, I thought they were JPA. That's off the top of my head, but I don't know. They're in my. I'm not in my garage right now, but I thought they were JPAs. They're
No,
gas. They're
they're
gas.
all PJ something.
Oh, this is JPJ. J as in
What does
John.
that mean? I don't even know what
PJJ.
y'all are talking about. I don't know what y'all are talking about now.
No, I'm looking
Prop
at the
type.
egg. I'm
It's in the prop description, Rusty.
Uh,
Hey, John,
it-
you got any 10-5 props?
I do, but I hang on to those.
Yeah, I need them for
I've
that
got a,
Fox.
I've got a OS, I've got an OS 35S that likes those props.
Yeah, I got a Fox 35 from Sparky. I sent him a paperweight of a Tiger 60 that he rebuilt and made a good motor, and he sent me the beautiful Fox 35 that I need a ton of 10-5s for, so I can cut them down to a 9 3/4 5s.
Hey Jeff,
It's not like I need.
I still have
I
that
just
Fox 35 for you, so don't worry. You still have one, regardless if the Strega deal falls through or not. I'll give you the Fox 35.
trust me. You don't want that Strega now.
Yeah, probably.
I've
But
cut that thing.
you can
I've
still
cut
have
that.
the Fox 35. I just need to
Okay,
cut
well,
it
let me know
open.
what you want for it. I've got that Aero Tiger 61. I
I mean,
do have.
Avistar, right?
Yeah, I have the Avistar 61, and I do have a Tiger 46, but I really don't want to part with that.
Yeah, you can keep the Tiger
That's
46.
supposed to be.
I wouldn't mind the Avistar 61 just to see what it's like. I mean, I figured Brodak wouldn't sell it if it wasn't any good, but I've never seen one run.
It's
So that'd be curious.
I have no
I was
idea.
never impressed with it.
What's
Yeah,
that,
but if I
Lynn?
can get it for Fox 35, it'd be worth the investment. Fox 35.
A buddy of mine has an Avistar 61 and he loves it, but I hate the bloody thing. I don't have much good to say about it myself.
What's wrong with it?
I don't want to say too much, but to
Go
me,
ahead. Go ahead.
I
Rip
just
it up.
think that I just think that to me it seems like a cheap Japanese knockoff of a good motor, but I don't know.
Okay, that could be
No,
like an
Chinese.
OS.
I'm sorry. It's a Chinese motor, and I don't know. I just haven't had much luck with it from what I've seen.
No, it
Yeah,
could also be like an OS that wasn't broke in right.
It
the
may
motor.
be that too. I don't know. See, it's not my motor, so I can't say too much good or bad about it. So I don't really
Yeah,
know.
I've never even started this thing. I have no
No,
idea
so
what
I
it
don't
is.
know. I can't say too much because I really don't know.
I
Do you
understand.
I
hear
just
me
didn't
now?
like the way it sounded in the air. I didn't like the way the sound of it.
Right.
That
I
makes
understand.
perfect sense to me.
Sounded very tinny.
I
Makes
hear you,
sense to
man.
me.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you, Steve.
yeah.
There's
Yeah.
Yeah. What about for electric props though? Finding the right size on electric props.
electric props.
Yeah. Figured you'd be the one that don't
Exor, PJ, Exor props. I think they're the best. Best bang for the buck.
Okay. Well, I just got a Vector Electric and have that fully done now. So I got a 40 amp ESC with a 40 amp motor, 2826, What size prop do you think I should put on
Don't forget about the flux capacitor.
that? Yeah, sure. Okay,
Hey,
Marty.
dude,
Use the PJMs.
I don't want to burn.
PJNs.
What size do you think I'm good with? About 11-inch prop on that?
What motor was
10
that
or
again?
11 inch?
What motor do
What's
we have
that?
on it? What motor
It's
size?
a 26, 40 amp. It's a
38 for
28. It's a 2826. It's a 40 amp motor, 40 amp ESC.
okay, 2026 watt motor. Cobra is
Surpass.
what?
A Surpass motor.
Okay.
It's a Surpass 2826.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Came complete with a kit. I got it with the motor and ESC 40 amp.
Okay, yeah. Got
Well,
it.
just what size prop should I start out with?
Let me take a look at the motor first.
A 10.6, Stephen. I'm gonna get. It's gonna be a 10.6.
Probably right.
Yeah, somewhere over there. 11.6, 10.6, 11.6 max.
11.6 max. That's what I have on it now. I have an 11.6 on it now. But I
Yeah.
want to know before I put it in the air, am I overloading? Am I loading it up too much or not?
You'll know it, right away.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm going
Exhaust.
to start to do that with short flights, see how that works out on short flights, see how it's reacting. Then
Yeah.
I'll go through a full flight with it, knowing if I have to change the prop and
Yeah.
what adjustments I got to make from it there.
Yeah. PJN, Papa Juliet November. That's XOR props.
Right.
And you can get a bunch of those for like Amazon or something like that. You can get them on Amazon. So what I said, 11.6. 6.
This is electric vector, though. It's a nice setup the way they make this.
Okay, so here you go. You can have, you can buy 3 of these props for like $11 a piece, something like that.
Right.
Typical price. $10.99, $11 a piece. Yeah.
$11 a piece.
Yeah, but they're CNC.
PJN.
Yeah, and you can go to PJM, Mike. 11 times 6 PJM is the same thing, only in color black. And I kind of like those.
Okay.
They're even cheaper. Looks like $9.99 or $8.99 plus $2 shipping. Maybe
Sure.
get lucky, you can buy several of them, like in a. Yeah, I like these black ones, and they look beautiful on a plane, anyways. They're lightweight and PJN, and there's the cool part of them is that they're light. Your 11-inch prop weighs 14 grams.
That's
Wow.
light. That's light.
Yeah. My 12-inch props weighs 18 grams, and actually it's about 16-ish or so. Depends what pitch you have. The higher the pitch, they get heavier. But the lower pitch is like,
Right.
And you can try, Steve. So try the 6, the 7, the 5, get 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, see which one you like best. If you
Right now,
like
11.6 right now. I was going to try it with that, see how that works out.
Yeah, should be fine.
Try 10, see how that is.
Yeah.
So when we come up there in November, Stephen,
Running
are we
at
gonna
about 10,200 RPM.
see airplane?
What?
Running about what? About 10,002 on the RPM setting.
No, probably much less than that. Just get your
Right
laptop.
now,
Steve, fly, put a bunch of 1-minute flights on it and adjust it until you get what you need. And you're done.
time on it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Set it
Something
at
I'm experimenting.
Hey, Rusty, were you about to say something earlier, a little bit, a few seconds ago, before
Yeah,
this conversation?
I sure was.
Okay.
I'm starting to burn tomorrow's daylight. I don't want to sleep too late, so I'm gonna go ahead and y'all pause a second. Let me say my goodbye monologue, and then I'll be out of here, and y'all can have the room, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Unless y'all are ready to close up.
Thanks, Rusty.
You got
I'm ready to go home
good
myself.
stuff.
Yeah, man, I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, ready to go home.
Well, you want me to just
Yeah, I'm
okay?
already
I'll
home.
just close the show. Hey, man, this show we were kind of off topic for a long time, but we got into some great discussions when we started talking about which airplane was best versus favorite, most comfortable, and all that. That was a great conversation. So
Yeah, I think so too.
anyway, yeah. So anyway,
It was
good
good.
work tonight, and all you tubers out there, we appreciate y'all coming in. There's a bunch. It got up to 24, I think, was our maximum tonight,
That's
and
awesome.
and a couple of names I hadn't seen before, but mostly the same old guys. But anyway, y'all have a great weekend, and until Monday. Well, let's see. Yeah, Monday's gonna be a short show because one more week. We're still in the holiday season. I got to do a Tuesday dialysis run, so got to close it early Monday night. So we
Mhm.
expect
Okay.
11:30, maybe something like that. And y'all can have it anytime. I just have to turn the YouTube feed off. So anyway, everybody, thanks, and until Monday, fair winds, tight lines, and I'm gonna close it on up. And I forgot to start pushing the buttons while I talk. So anyway, let's see. And come on, 10 seconds. Y'all can continue on while I shut down. We'll see y'all
All right.
later.
Thanks, Russ. Thanks, Rusty.
Bye, Rusty.
Great
Yeah,
thing,
bye.
man.
Bye,
Yep.
Len. Bye, Charles.
awesome.
Bye,
Yep.
Jen.
Bye bye, guys.
Well,
Hey, I'm
bye,
All right.
Trey.
Okay.
See you later.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Steve, is that the plane that you have over there
What's that?
next to you?
This one here? Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.